get into the front seat so that we might be able to start the session on climate finance and technology and investment for Africa's green transition. We take this opportunity to request your presence here to start a session on climate finance and technology and investment for Africa's green transition. Feel free to come. We welcome you to the African Union Pavilion as we begin to start the session on climate finance and technology and investment for Africa's green transition. Welcome. Welcome for this session as we begin on climate finance and technology for investment in Africa's green transition. Let's make our way into the room. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you as you make your way to the room. Thank you as you make your way to the AU Pavilion. We are just about to start a great session on climate finance and technology for Africa's green transition. We welcome you to take a front seat so that we begin the session. We are just about to begin, and we invite you to the AU Pavilion as we begin the session on climate finance, gap, technology, and investments for Africa's green transition. Thank you as you make your way into the pavilion. Thank you as you make your way to the AU Pavilion for the climate finance, gap, technology, and investment for Africa's green transition that is just about to begin. We are about to fill the room. Anyone interested in joining this conversation on climate finance, technology, and investment for Africa's green transition? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome. Have a seat. Hi. We are starting. Oh, you don't. We are just starting right now. You know, the first session in the morning when struggling to wake up. If it was around 11, yeah, ingekuwa sawa. But welcome. Welcome as we begin the session on climate finance, technology, and investment for Africa's green transition. Thank you. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. Have a seat. We kindly request those that are seated behind to maybe have the front seats so that you may engage effectively. Those are having back seats, kindly just take the front seats as we are just about to begin. As even I begin to welcome my esteemed panel to take the floor. So this session this morning is of essence to Africa as a continent. We know climate finance plays a huge role in climate adaptation, supporting climate-related adaptation programs, but most importantly, the role of technology in advancing this climate action in the continent. And so this morning we are going to unpack the discussion here with the esteemed panelists who are expertise in various fields. And without much further ado, I would want to invite Dr. Elda Onsomo to take the stage. Dr. Elda Onsomo is the Executive Director, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. And with her role, she has been working with the young people in climate action in Kenya, providing capacity building for the youth in climate action, together with the Ministry of Treasury and the Ministry of Environment. Besides that, I have Mr. Mithika Mwendwa, the Executive Director of PACJA, joining the panel. As we know, Mr. Mithika has been of essence in the continent in terms of negotiations, seeing the CSOs and the communities' voices are captured in every output in the climate space in the continent. Welcome, sir. And finally, we have Dr. Sam Ogala. Dr. Sam Ogala is the head unit of climate change in the African Union, and his work has stemmed in developing systems for the young people, and not just the young people, but the broader affirmative action group in the African Union. And it's in this moment that he comes to actually expound the vision and the collective step that the African Union is taking in integrating the climate finance, but most importantly, the technological uptake in the African Union to advance the discourse on climate action. Thank you so much, esteemed panel. And as you can see, we are also going to have moments of questions where you're gonna engage the panelists. So as we begin, feel free to have your notebook or your iPad where you write your questions so that you engage. It becomes us versus them, not us only, but equally an entire kind of engagement. Thank you. And I'm gonna, at this juncture, give the mic to my esteemed panelists from the right. In 2 minutes, introduce yourself, say what you do, and of course, you talk to engage to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Elda Onsom, the Executive Director, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. COP30 is a major think tank in Kenya, where our key role is to support institutional capacities and capabilities in governments and also in non-state agencies, so that we are able to influence policies. And how we do this is through capacity building, undertaking objective research, and also ensuring that all the stakeholders are included in the space of public policy making and also in research and analysis. In this COP30, COP30 is playing a key role in supporting and also informing various discussions, various negotiations on evidence that we already have that influences climate change, climate financing, and uptake of various interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, we just now have a complete panel. And we're just joined by Mr. Peter Odhengo, Head Climate Finance and Green Economy, Ministry of Treasury, and is here actually to share best practices, as is, of course, in Kenya, chairs the FLOCA implementation program. So you're going to learn more what Kenya is doing in terms of financing locally led adaptation initiatives. And we were just having round of introduction for the panel. And so I have Mr. Midhika Mwendwa taking the floor.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be here to share our perspectives with my colleagues. The Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is the largest consortium of civil society organizations from diverse backgrounds from across Africa. Actually, from all African countries, 54, and the 55th one, which is government in exile. You know the one I'm talking about. And so our work is to advance the interests of Africa, first and foremost, but more importantly, to ensure that any position taken at international level like here is consistent with the aspirations and demands of African people, and ensuring that we amplify our voices, our narratives at international level. How this is done, we believe that, of course, the role of the civil society, first and foremost, we hold our governments and the intergovernmental institutions accountable. But more importantly, when we come here, we do more than that. You find many civil society have party badges, and this means that we blur that boundary between civil society when we come here and the government and any other. We negotiate and we want to secure the best for the African continent, and that is our role. And this is actually why you see the African position is the most progressive. That's why you find us here at the African Pavilion. This actually is the personification of the African unity, African mobilization, and African consensus on what we want for our continent. Let me stop there. Maybe I'll come to now more details about our role.
As you can see, our esteemed panelists have quite a lot to say, and I know you'll get more. Mr. Peter Odhengo, kindly take the floor.
My name is Peter Odhengo, and first of all, let me thank you, young man. It's a young tack from the Kenyan descriptive and perspective. I come from the National Treasury and Economic Planning in Kenya. I coordinate financing locally led climate action, 90% adaptation locally led, where the local people have the say, not the talk, the decision for money, and also what they want to do with it. But over and above, I also coordinate Africa Climate Funds, national designated authorities and focal points. If your county is not a member of this network I've done, you are not getting the money, you will not get the money, you will talk, you will laugh, but those counties that have us as Kenya, we are good. So I'm here to share the Africa best perspective. Africa can do it. Africa can mobilize resources, and the local people, indigenous people, the youth, women, people living with disabilities, no one is left behind, and no one is pulling anybody behind. And thank you very much for getting me here.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. And now we have esteemed Dr. Sam Ogala introduce himself. I know this is his home, and you have the honor.
Thank you,
Thomas Hudson.
Yes, and my friend Peter and Terry. I welcome you all to this event and also being here. I find it hard how to introduce because you are all African Union members. So if you can introduce yourself very well, then that is African Union for you. So mine is just to welcome you to this place. Let's discuss. Ours is to advance the Africa agenda. and all is tied to the Africa Agenda 2063, which is the roadmap that each and every one of us have signed up to as Africans. Prosperous, peaceful Africa, led by his own people, that is integrated, so that we can have a coordinated voice century, having different frameworks that is guiding. The Union is the mother of all. The Commission is the secretariat of the Union. We implement the decisions of the Union and of the Assembly. And part of what we do is also to bring the African voices together, especially here at this COP, under the Claim Deaf Africa, which is a partnership between the Africa Union Commission, Africa Development Bank, ECA, and Afreximbank. And we have also our Pan-African institutions, creating that platform where your voice can be heard. And I was talking with Itika this morning. I say it's not only our voice being heard, but actioned. So the African Union Commission with the partners will continue to provide that platform for every African, the 55 member states, at COP and every other platform, so that we can bring the voice of Africa to the front line, to be heard, to be listened to, and be forced to reckon with. I thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. And as you said that, I just remembered one of my best statements that states, there's nothing for us without us. And that means that even as we have other actors trying to talk on behalf of Africa, Africa has to speak for itself. And that brings me now to our discussion this morning. And as I begin to Dr. Onsomo, according to the Climate Policy Initiative, CPI, Africa needs USD 277 billion per year to implement its NDCs by 2030. We understand the role of policy and research in sustainable climate financing. Amid the global shrinking funding gap, and what steps are African research institutions or organizations already taking to address the ballooning climate finance gap, of course with reference on climate adaptation? Thank you.
Thank you. Public policy research and analysis is the link between what we know and also what we have to implement. In the space for climate change and also climate financing, public policy plays a critical role because it generates evidence that we need, the knowledge that we need, improves the capacities and capabilities that are needed to put strong case forward on how to sustain our economies, how to bring to the table all the various stakeholders who are critical for climate implementation, adaptation, and mitigation, and even in the regeneration measures. In the context of Africa, public policy has played various roles, starting from undertaking research and giving evidence on where we have potential and where we have gaps. For instance, Africa is rich in green energy, solar, wind, hydropower, among others. These are areas where, as we talk climate finance, we need to ask ourselves as Africa, how do we invest in the much needed infrastructure, right from water, technologies, strengthening the ecosystems so that we are able to harvest the green energy that we need. Public policy also plays a key role in monitoring and evaluation, particularly in linking science to the practical solutions on the ground, which then means in public policy we go further to break down the evidence that has been generated, to touch and also change this evidence to programs, to initiatives, to activities that can be implemented at all levels, right from the national to the regional to the subnational and even at community level. Further, with data like from the observers, as well as data on science, graphics data, policies are designed, and also we are able to create the link between the geography dimensions to what the policy makers need to plan for, both in the short term and in the long term, and integrating the climate priorities in our budgets, as well as in our long-term plans, and ensuring that all these are implemented. We also use public policy to identify the gaps. As the moderators indicated, right now the main gap in Africa is climate financing. So what then, as public policy analysts, we do is to give government options that have to be put in place, like efficient use of our resources, efficient use of our green energies, efficient utilization of our local indigenous knowledge, ensuring that we preserve our culture, we preserve our food systems, our water systems, ensuring that technology is transferred across levels, across generations, and across regions, making sure that no one is left behind. Further, as we strengthen these strategies that we come up with, we need to be aware that multi-level cooperations are very important, because this ensures that the value chains are complete, right from production to processes, to the use, and also to implementation. Finally, in the energy space, it is important to know that from the analysis that we have undertaken, the private sector has a key role, particularly in funding climate initiatives, improving the coordination mechanisms, ensuring that our mitigation interventions are energy efficient, and also ensuring that management of the circular economy is strong, and evidence is also provided that ensures sustainable development. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. And what you just said, if I may capture that right for my audience, is that for this to work, there has to be a coordinated effort between public sector and private sector. That is now advancing the public-private partnerships for us to actually realize this aspect of climate financing. And back now to Mr. Peter Odengo. How has the Africa Green Climate Fund's National Designated Authorities, FDAN, network increased access to climate finance for Africa as a continent? We know many, even here, their question will be, we have these big figures on papers, but they actualized to the local for implementation, more so from your point of position in AFDAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the question is highly valid, because AFDAN was formed in order to bring reforms to these UN financial mechanisms, especially the Green Climate Fund, where there is huge amount of money, but accessing it is like going to the kingdom of God. It is a bait that lures the fish, but when the fish comes to eat the bait, it is cut, it is tagged on it, and it cannot live. It is upon this background that we sat down as African team in 2015 in Alexandria, the delta of River Nile, and realized that as an African, we need to come up with an African solution to dissect the mystery, big money, big cry, and nothing at the continent. Two, AFDAN has significantly brought in a reform in the GCF. The reforms that we are seeing today in the readiness access, the 4-month readiness access, the 9-month approval of the GCF funding, the one-day release of the GCF funding is as a result of AFDAN. We have our development partners that we have been working with very closely. Today we have got it. The third one, the African countries. Of the total 54 African countries, less than 16 countries have got direct access entities, because the GCF funds is not accessed by writing a floating proposal anyhow. First of all, a country must have NDA. That NDA must be strong. That NDA must have a strong linkage with public policy, as Dr. Ria just mentioned, and that NDA has to be stronger to understand the local county circumstances within the financial mechanism. Then the NDA has to fast-track the accreditation of the national direct access. The continent is overflooded by indirect national entities which come cheat you that your money is too much in GCF, because I will use some good language here just to wake you up, because you are sleeping in your country, there is readiness money, you don't see it, they see it in there, then they come and cheat you, then they tell you, we can help you access this money. When they got and you give them a no objection letter, then they disappear. An example is what happened with the parliamentarians. AFDAN facilitated the Pan-African parliamentarians when we were in Dubai. I warned them that AFDAN is not in this favor for you to take the readiness money meant for African countries, give it to European parliamentarians who are staying somewhere. But they told me, Peter, we are senators. We are parliamentarians, just help us. And I warned them, fine, I've agreed. I talked with my colleagues in the continent, we gave them no objection letters for 14 countries. They got 1.4 million US dollars. To date, they are crying. AFDAN has tried, but it is you, the people of Africa, that are really disappointing the network. Your counties are not members because they are being pulled out by the people who are not supposed to be you. They don't know your local circumstances. They don't know how your local understanding local situation are, but they come that they want to give you technical assistance and you support them. So the mistake of why Africa is not accessing enough resources is an African mistake. Look, you are emitting only 4%, but you are only receiving less than 4% in terms of money. Why? You are disorganized, you are not speaking on the same language, you are being pulled to the other side. When we call you, come through AFDAN. AFDAN has now brought reforms. I don't see papers from Africa. So the message is, yes, the money is there. We need to have policies. We need to make sure that your NDA is strong, should not be lured by the outsiders in direct access. Direct access countries have to be sitting down to fill the GCF form. The fifth one is, AFDAN is now ready and supporting South-South using the Kenyan framework of financing locally led climate action. We now have something to share with you. We are in Liberia. We have already supported Tanzania with the scale. Mozambique, we are there now. Sierra Leone there. Going to Ethiopia. And when we move like this, definitely we will be able to access and get beyond the barrier of 4%. And the target of the AFDAN, by 2030, all the African countries will already be accessing their readiness in scale, 4 million, and then they must have a GCF project being implemented directly by the African for our grandmothers in the village. It will happen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter Odhengo. I know you are very passionate about the harmonization of the African continent, and I know in this juncture, I want to give it to Dr. Sam Ogala to, of course, give us the African position statement on the uptake on climate finance and technological status, as, of course, as he heads out a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to also rush to another meeting with the Africa Group of Negotiators now. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today as we gather at COP30, we stand at the crossroads. Scientific consensus is clear. Global warming and climate change poses threat to Africa, our continent, and yet our ambitions are noble and they will remain unfulfilled if we do not address the critical issues before us, which is climate finance gap. The stark reality, while commitment and declarations abound, global efforts to finance climate mitigation and adaptation are falling short of the trillions needed annually. The world's most vulnerable countries, those responsible for carbon emission, including the African continent, find themselves at the front line, often without the capital, technology, and support to respond effectively, while closing the climate finance gap. Beginning and bridging this gap, rather, is not just a matter of finance. It is a matter of justice, equity, and a shared future. Without adequate support, we jeopardize, one, the resilience of communities most at risk. Second, the achievement of SDG. Third, the global effort to limit emission to 1.5. What are the key challenges? Let us be frank about the hurdles. One which they have mentioned is insufficient public funding from developed nations. Second, the lack of access to affordable capital in developing countries. Third, complexity and fragmentation of international finance mechanisms. And fourth, the slow mobilization from the private sector. All hope is not lost, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. There are pathways to solutions. But there is hope, and these are the solutions. One, honoring and elevating our commitment that developed countries must live up to their expectation and meet their financial commitment and obligation to the developing countries, including the African continent. Two, unlocking private capital. We know that public finance must be used strategically to de-risk and capitalize private investment. Innovative financial arrangement and instruments, blended finance, green bonds, and sustainability-linked loans are crucial. Three, reforming and empowering multilateral financial institutions. And the African Union has been in the front of calling for the reform of the global financial architecture that is responsive to the Africa reality and the reality on the ground. Fourth, supporting local solution and capacity, and my friend Odengo has talked about that, especially on the FLOCO. The finance must empower local actors, indigenous people, women and youth, and local solution must be effective, sustainable, and just. Five, leveraging technology and data. Digital tools can improve transparency, drive efficiency, and attract more capital by giving investors confidence in climate impact. We all have a shared responsibility. No one actor, not the government, not the African Union, not the civil society, not the bank, no one enterprise can bridge the climate finance gap alone. Partnership, collaboration, and unwavering political will be required at all levels, from global leader in this room to citizens in the vulnerable communities worldwide. Let this scope and this discussion be remembered as a moment we turn words into action. Let us forge a new climate finance solidarity, one that transcends borders, sectors, and generations. If we bridge the climate finance gap, we can deliver sustainable and resilient future for all. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sam Ogala. And we are grateful, even as you head to represent the voices of the African continent in the African Group of Negotiators. We believe that a united Africa would actually mean a developed continent for posterity. And of course, this now brings me to my other question on the relationship between policy research and Africa's green transition agenda, and how best can it be strengthened. I know there is the work that policy makers engage in, and of course the work that the Africa Green Transition normally do. How can they complement each other to achieve a unified objective towards targeted climate financing for the continent? Ms. Onsomo.
Thank you. The relationship first is multifaceted. It runs from informal discussions to formal spaces where you are able to design policies, interventions, programs that are interlinked and that protect our biodiversities while supporting green industrialization. This also means we have to strengthen our capacities, and this is made possible through addressing various challenges that we face, particularly in Africa, where we have not fully invested in capacity development programs that talk to the financing requirements and gaps that we have in the continent and also in the larger sub-Saharan Africa. We also look at the gaps that relate to the green production, and this is because in regions in the south, the investments in green production are quite minimal. They are not fully in the mainstream public domain where governments are fully investing in the opportunities that are there in green industrialization, which then means for us to benefit from the green industrialization and even produce adequate quality green jobs, we have to make sure that the interconnectedness and the collaborations are strong right from the community level to the subnational levels, to the national levels with the private sector, and also to the non-state actors. The other area is monitoring and evaluation, and this is where we have to use data and ensure that recent technologies that are very dynamic are enhanced, and even introduce these innovations in our tertiary institutions who have strong links to communities. We also need to foster the Earth observation data and use in influencing policy, in program design, and monitoring implementation. Finally, we need to build our whole societies, which are supported through investments in research and development, and ensuring that the findings we get from research are interpreted to actionable programs that are sustainable, that talk to communities, that leave anyone behind, and that take care of disparities, be it gender, be it through region, leaving behind including persons with disabilities, marginalized communities, and also our indigenous systems right from agriculture, water, energy, and various transformation ecosystems. Thank you.
Wow, I just love the aspect that you raised on the coordinated efforts between these two entities, so that they are able to actually realize shared vision for a prosperous Africa. And that is, of course, what we believe. And now back to Mr. Mithika Linturi. I know...
No, I'm not Linturi. My name is Mithika Mwenda.
Mithika Mwenda.
Yeah, Linturi is another person.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
But he's a namesake. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know the role of civil society organization plays a crucial role in harmonizing the continent's voice. And in the recent times, I know from your position, there has been push and agitation to actually mainstream climate financing in the continent to support the local communities. Of course, touching on that, how is the current status of the climate finance from the point of view with the CSOs?
So thank you very much. First, let me say that civil society is very critical in Africa's climate finance discourse process because, one, civil society ideally represent local and marginalized voices. So we push for that. And this includes grassroots communities at very local level, which Odengo is talking about. He also is talking about the Your Mother at very local level. So we represent that. And just to give you an indication of FLOCA, because I normally give the FLOCA financing local land climate action project in Kenya, which has really demonstrated an innovation from a country which has informed even the Green Climate Fund. And as Odengo shared with me that document he didn't mention, if you look at the guideline, local land climate action guideline for Green Climate Fund, it is actually like copying one by one from FLOCA. So that is very important. And if you look at the history of that FLOCA, it started from a conversation between the office of the Prime Minister, where Odengo was working. We started working on that, and it evolved into a major transformative program. So that is how the civil society can influence such a process. Because initially, what has been happening is we have been at international level. We fought for the Green Climate Fund. Remember, actually, that was when before Cancun, when the GCF was established, we were talking about how do we fund climate action. And when it came again, it became a challenge because now it is even difficult to access, it is easier to access money in the in World Bank than even Green Climate Fund. It's a fact. Yet we wanted an easily accessible fund, which even my mother can have access. But that's another story altogether. So we have been fighting for that reform. And we also owned government's push for accountability and transparency as watchdogs. So Odengo is my friend. But when he veers off the track, and even the people in the government, we are friends. And you know, Thomas, in Kenya, sometimes I'm branded an enemy because we are very hard on the government. The fact that we work together is not to renege on my position as a, watchdog. I remember there is a time I was banned completely from the Ministry of Environment. Even why? Because we were very hard. We said, we came up with the Climate Change Act. And the framework which we established of the governance, that it was not you, the ministry, to appoint for us a civil society representative. It is us. So when we did, we found that they had appointed an individual who had not been agreed. So we went to court. The court agreed with us, but that became a source of actual friction between us. And so because they are intolerant. Even now, actually, we have been for 10 years fighting with them to tell them it's not enough to have an act. It's not enough to have a policy. It's not enough to have a FLOCA. It is enough to have that working. Because that is the problem with governments. But now, it becomes very hard for us. And we are going always, you see, when we are seated here, you see our logo at this space. We work with international organizations, intergovernmental organizations like this, but we still continue maintaining our role as the civil society. The fact that I'm working on Dengo in the government of Kenya or the Ministry of Environment of India does not mean that now you are co-opted in the government, because that is the role what some of our civil society guys do. They become actually more government and forget their role as that watchdog, and this is what we need to do. So I will be sitting in government committees, we'll be working with FLOCA, but maintain we didn't actually like the oversight of FLOCA, we commissioned a study. Of course, there is that cordial working relationship, but the relationship with the government, again, is not always fighting the government for no apparent reason. It's really constructive engagement where you tell them, I think what you are doing is not right. And that is actually how we have succeeded. Then we also mobilize local solutions, and this is actually, young people particularly have got a lot of solutions, and solutions which are being replicated at the national level. Then, of course, just to mention that how we then contribute to that in a very concrete way, just to mention, we do capacity building, and we work with AFDB, but particularly like where we are here. We work with AFDB, and we have a program with African Development Bank of civil society and the bank climate and energy coalition on climate and energy. This is very unique in a multilateral finance institution where we bring civil society, train, and have that very genuine consultation on what we need to do. Also at continental level, under the Climate Conference on Climate Change and Development in Africa, what we call CCNDA, we actually co-create. We work together for the interest of Africa, and I think those who are from ECA can attest to that. ECA has been very, very instrumental in this. We also, if you attended the Africa Climate Summit last year, or last September, you realize that actually we played a very important role. That's another to drive climate finance and calling for financial justice, local solutions, and the reform of global climate financing framework. There are so many examples which I can mention. But in conclusion, what I want to mention is that we also face challenges, and these challenges, the risk, we have a risk in terms of equity and our voice, how to manage it, risk or sustainability. But I want to conclude and saying that the outlook and opportunities, we have built a momentum, and there is no big tension between civil society and the government in Africa at the moment, because we are pushing together. So we need to build on that and work together, and that is the only way we can have really dividends in this very difficult conversation. But civil society in Africa, we have to agree that it plays a crucial role and increasingly influential role in advancing climate finance through capacity building, advocacy, project implementation, and accountability. We help shape how money flows and is used on the ground. There has been all these meaningful processes, as I've mentioned, and we need really to work together. So for that lasting impact, civil society must continue to push for that just, locally accountable, and accessible climate finance, and collaborate with both governments and international institutions, as I've mentioned, to transform promises into real community-based action, because that is where the missing link is. So I think prospects are there. We are ready to work with you, with our young people. We have a program, for instance, of capacity building, which I've seen so many young people here whom we have trained at the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. And that actually, the fourth court, we delivered it with the FLOCA. And we have been looking for more partners to ensure that we drive this process. KIPRA is a very good institution which we can work together to advance this collectively. Let us appoint silo way of working. The only way to do that is the kind of conversation which we are. And thanks very much for letting me share my perspectives.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter. I mean, you
Again,
just,
I'm not Peter. My name is Mithika. You know you are forgetting me. I don't know.
I-
I don't know the problem. So Peter is here now. The other day time you are calling me Linturi. So anyway, I'm a politician also. Thank you.
I think maybe that's work well for the 2027 campaigns. But to say so, thank you, Mr. Midhika, for the wonderful engagement that you've had and reminding us the coordinated efforts when it comes to these issues. But most importantly, calling for accountability to the systems. Because if we are not able to hold accountable the leaders that actually represent the local aspirations, nothing will happen. Finally, what you've actually said is on translating the beautiful policies from the shelves to action. And that is what we should actually envision post this engagement. And of course, now to my esteemed panel, Peter. I don't know why I called Midhika Peter, then later Milinturi, but I think we'll know later. Um, Based on the current technological uptake as of 2024 by the International Telecommunication Union states that 8% of Africa's population was online. As someone who's, interested in circular economy more so with reference to the green transition, is the African continent really ready for this transition? And more so with the technological uptake, is it really facilitating that, or we are really chasing the wild goose? Thank you. Yes. 38% of Africa's population was online as of 2024, a report by the International Telecommunication Union. Yes.
Great. I think if you look at the challenges Africa as a continent is facing and has been facing, and if you look at that 38%, it means that Africa is not chasing a flying goose. If you look at the infrastructural development within the continent, the support that the continent have been receiving within, in terms of trade, in terms of innovation, in terms of all the whatever within the technological space, that 38% is very critical. It signals that Africa as a continent is ready to move to 80% by 2030 if well supported, if policies, strategies, and plans are well designed by the Africans, for Africans, with our institution. 3, when you look at the bridging the financial gap, climate finance is not different very much with the development finance. Because climate finance is that money, that fund, over and additional, that is providing innovation in terms of infrastructure, in terms of communication, in terms of digitalization, in terms of easing access of communication. A great example is the Kenyan M-Pesa. 20 years ago, people were running around with very old technologies of 1860s, the telecommunication and sending whatever. Kenya transformed that one within an overnight. And today, if you are a Kenyan, you can transact all your money transaction here without writing a letter. It shows that the continent is ready. The only challenge we are facing is that we are disorganized. We are not united. We are being pulled by left, right, north, and west. Yet we have the youngest population that are digitally correct. But instead of realizing that it is about the AI is coming, and instead of crying that the AI will pull out young people from jobs, which is not true, AI, new technologies, are closing old, polluting, obsolete technologies, bringing in new, transformative, paradigm-shifting technologies, which requires new skills. The new skills is the skills for the green transformation. Green transformation is not something that is from utopia. In Kenya, as he says, Medeka says, by 2009, we were already talking about green economy. At that time, nobody wanted to talk about green economy. Nobody wanted to talk about solar. The traditionalists say, oh, it is very expensive. Oh, it is miniature. The banks which are now here were saying, oh, it is very risky. It cannot work. We are not sure whether, whether an investor can put their money. We proved them wrong, but adaptation, technology has got business in it. But let me come around to see how the continent can rise above without following other people who has already grown through old technologies. One, create your own path as an African, walk on it. If you fail, others will not follow it. But they have learned from you. If you succeed, they will follow you, and if they don't give you credit, forget about it. Today, GCF has taken Flocker model, word by word, but they have never acknowledged us. Is that not plagiarism? No. These are the things that African continent need to condemn, because it is intellectual property. If you now want to have a technology of e-mobility from US or from China, you have to pay what? Property right, Daktari. But why should somebody sitting in Korea take an African model of a landscape approach which has never been done anywhere, because globally there are patches of pilots everywhere. Climate change cannot wait one village to pilot for 5 years, then you come back to another village to pilot for another 3 years, that is 8 years. Then when you go there 8 years, you leave this one, then the global is warming. Water is becoming scarce. There is global challenges. There is the landscape, the debt stress. Some countries would have already slept in the debt. We must take African examples like Flocker to move a landscape across. In Kenya, we have 1,450 watts. Flocker takes all of this at once. They said, oh, that is not possible. You have to keep on piloting. We told them, no, climate change don't know boundary. Let's do it. If you can't finance, get out. We are on our own. We did M-Pesa. Today they are taking it. Whether they give it a different name in the US, we don't care. M-Pesa is from Kenya. Anyway, Flocker is Kenyan model. Whether they take it with other names, like in Tanzania, it is called Scale. Obrigado, CJ in Mozambique. But it is the framework is the same. So what we are saying is the digitalization of Africa is now. We are doing very well. And in the next 5 years, if we are coordinated, civil society, Dr. Medeka Mwenda, you know how the government of Kenya is working with civil society. We finance them. Flocker gives them the money. All the civil society, the private sector, no one is left behind. And we give them the oversight. And when they oversight us and tell us that, oh, communities are not aware of Flocker, but their mandate is to make the community aware of Flocker. Is it government or is it the civil society? Now, if we allocate 100 million of my grandmother to support the civil society, 100 million, they don't write a proposal. They don't write anything. It's money dedicated for them. See, the government of Kenya is good. When we put 40 million, which is $400,000 per year, for the indigenous people, because we believe the indigenous people are our macrocosm at the best for protecting our biodiversity in areas where we cannot reach, where there are critical minerals. And we give them the money. And they're using it very well. Are we not good? So, the next step for us to make Africa to continue being great, not being great again, because we're already great anyway, is do the following things. Don't follow others. They have misled you. How we cried to get Jeff to finance climate change. Jeff came in 1997, what's it, 1997 or 99? Today, Global Environment Facility was supposed to finance environment. Have they financed it? It's 3 million years after whatever. Then we said, oh, The priority of Africa is adaptation. We came up with adaptation fund. Adaptation fund gives one country $10 million for 20 years. Are you adapting? There is nothing. Then by 2010, we need to finance green. Green climate came into being. They fought for it, and I saw you in Cancun and Copenhagen. Today, you are crying louder that we can't access these things. And that is why Afghan came here. Then you cried, Africa is the loudest crier. We need to adapt. Loss and damage came. Now, the commitment or the promise is 250 million. Flock alone, in Kenya alone, in villages alone, is $890 million. And now you are clapping here. Tumepata Babado commitment of 200. That one is money we are giving villages in a single year. Look how confused we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we must change how we make Africa great again. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Have you enjoyed the panel? Have you enjoyed the panel? I think what is coming out clear in this panel is that Africa must be ready to position itself in innovating the future. And we must start now. And one thing I love about Africa and the spirit of African is that we never tire. If you get a young person with a good innovation from Africa, they keep on with persistency. And they know young people from Kenya and even other countries will disturb their local ministers and government. And that is the spirit. We must co-create spaces that are actually aligned with the local priorities for the continental's growth. I think at this juncture, I want to open to the audience. You ask question, I'll take 3 questions, one from this side, one from this side, and maybe one from the back. So, any question? There's an extra mic here. So, for the panel, keep it short, sweet, and nice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Halima Hussein, and I come from Kenya, specifically Garissa County. I work with a local organization called Womankind Kenya. We worked with PACTA through the African Activists for Climate Change, and we also worked with FLOCA with the county government. Womankind Kenya is the CSO focal point for Garissa. So I want to confirm that FLOCA is doing a lot of good work in Garissa. But my concern is, my question is to Peter. What does locally led means to you? Because the FLOCA is specifically from the national government to the county government. So are there plans and mechanisms to maybe include the grassroots organizations also in accessing those funds so that they can also empower the community? Thank you.
Great. I have immediate answer. Number one.
In a minute.
In a second. Yes, we have already included you to access FLOCA funds. That is why we formed the Civil Societies Network, which is already, which is the lead. We have already allocated money for civil societies, NGOs, to get the money separate. But FLOCA is not a national government. The role of national government under Paris Agreement is to mobilize money from outside our development partner, bring them at the county. The national treasury is the custodian of the public fund, then channel the money through the subnational, but the money is not used at the county. In Garissa, for example, yes, is the people, local people prioritize their own projects, where, based on the guidance, and then they invest. We support them in 2 ways. County Climate Institutional Support Grant, $100,000 per year for 3 years, given to strengthen that local level institution. Is that not support? Then there is now investment grant. The investment grant is that grant an average of 1.25 million per year, which is given because in Kenya, there are 2 things. There are 2 levels of government and the constitution. The national government is not supposed to implement. The county subnational government is supposed to implement. The money resources mobilized for climate action is supposed to be implemented or supposed to be the people at their local level. And the people, World Climate Committee, World Project Steering Committee, which are FLOCA has formed at that level. And that is why the civil society is funded to the tune of $1 million per year to strengthen those village level planning committees to ensure that my grandmother access this money, not money, there is no cash, access climate resilient investment to support livelihood system. FLOCA does not give anybody cash. FLOCA strengthen the public infrastructure, livelihood systems to enable the local community adapt, build their resilience, and also respond to climate emergencies, disaster risk, and of course, leave a percentage for what can come emerging issues. So the difference between FLOCA and any funding, the other things give you cash. We don't give cash because those are others. We strengthen the enabling environment. Adapt. When there is less water, FLOCA provides you with more water. I can show the video here. When the bridges are swept by the flood, FLOCA fix them because the grandmother wants that. When you don't have clean energy in your house, FLOCA finance that. So, and it is true, and we will share with you. Please go online right away and see what is happening in Garissa. What is your ward, by the way, in Garissa? What is the name of your ward?
Waberi.
Kwaberi.
In Garissa Township.
In
Yes.
Garissa County. Is there a FLOCA guy there? We are going to get you a FLOCA project in your ward right away, and I know it is. Yes. So, over to you.
Thank you so much. As you can see, a lot of mainstreaming is happening, and it's just a matter of being in touch with the local government and, of course, coordination. Yeah, there are many questions here.
Hello. Sorry, I don't speak English very well. I'm from Mali. I really appreciate your intervention, Chair. So I have just one quick question talking about the reorganization of our African countries. So which strategies do you have, or which, sorry, English, or which tool do you have, like, to strengthen youth in our different countries, like to take, not only to take lead, but to come with organizing and having, as you having solution, innovation, which strategies do you have to amplify or to, English?
Empower. I think you've gotten what...
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you from Mali. One, we have a strategy. That is why, as a government, as policy makers and also implement, we don't work alone. There are organizations like PAGCHA, which is very critical in mobilizing different stakeholders. We work with organizations like PAGCHA here, local youth organizations, bringing in together to bring them, because we don't know all of you. We don't know, but they know, because with their summer school, which we have already supported, it is vibrant youth. I now have youth. So the strategy is one, work with the local continental body networks like PAGCHA, the governments where if Mali has not joined Afghan, if they joined Afghan, then we will be able to use the Mali Afghan to get you GCF readiness support, which entails the youth, the old people, and then from there now, you can now have the youth in any African country can now have access to resources. And that is dedicated for youth. But if you are also a youth from Mali, we also need answer from you. It is not that the youth require answer from the old people. We also will need the answer from you. How can we help you? How can we strengthen your capacity like now? We see that. We are open and we are able to support.
Thank you. And in the same breath, Mr. Midhika can also respond from the point of PAGCHA.
So what do I respond?
She just asked how the youth component can be empowered in the continent.
Yeah, I think I gave her the practical example of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. I think if I to it's a beneficiary of this lady here. And the purpose of that is we discovered that you can come into negotiations like here. I normally call this a forest because it has all manner of things, ideas, experiments, and you can likely disappear into it. So in order really to have really our young people well packaged, We take through them a Nairobi summer school where they understand politics of climate change, the negotiations. And I think the ones who are here are really demonstrated that this is a very good program which really can transform and enable them productively and positively influence a process like this, without mentioning that the innovations which we are talking about are driven by the people, by young people. We have established a small grant scheme so that those young people at the local level who are doing some of the innovations, and they may not access big funds like Africa Climate Fund by African Development Bank, GCF, they can build their capacity with that small grant, and then at one point they can be able to really scale up their innovations. This fund is Climate Justice Impact Fund for Africa. We officially launched it in Addis Ababa during the Africa Climate Summit, and actually it's one of the flagships in which we are trying to see how we can advance so that it can advance the close the gap which is left by the major funds which are existing in Africa. And so there are a lot of things which we are doing with African Union, with LOCA, with AFDAN, and with other transnational organizations across Africa to ensure that Africa has its own defined solutions so that we minimize the experiments which are coming into that, so that we promote and support institutions, African-based organizations like KIPRA and their networks, how they are linked with other think tanks across Africa, so that our young people are well packaged and they have that opportunity to engage positively. Remember, 70% of African population, the demography, is 35 years and below. Africa is the youngest continent, yet you find that we are behind in terms of developing our human capital, and the one which we develop is not meant for us, is externally. We are exporting our human capital, whereas we are the continent which is most resource blessed. And so we need really to differentiate between that. But investing in people is key number one. And how do you do that? Is our young people.
Thank you so much. And in a minute, Ms. Onsomo will be reacting on the best shared practices on what KIPRA is actually doing with the youth in climate action in Kenya in a minute.
At the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, and in our role in terms of capacity building and fostering innovation, research, and interventions, we have a program which is aimed at supporting the youth in climate action. And this is where every year we bring together over 200 youth. We train them on negotiation skills. We train them on capacity development that are required in climate interventions. We train them on public policy making. They prepare policy briefs. They collect their own data. They design their own solutions. And just before we come for COP, we have a session where we present all this information and we are able to come with a statement on what the youth in Kenya are talking about. This program has also helped us interact with universities. Every year we interact with around 4,000 university and TVET students whom we train in public policy issues, but at the same time we share our good innovative examples on climate change and sustainable solutions, as well as job creation interventions. This year we are looking at value chains, and in the value chains, which is in the top of our government priority agenda, we want to see every node, where do we create jobs for the youth? Even in the green spaces, where do we have jobs? In the circular economy, where do we have jobs? and not just the jobs, but jobs that are secure, jobs that are innovative, and the jobs that can be sustained right from when the young people join the labor market up to the time they exit. And that we really appreciate our parent ministry, that is the National Treasury and State Department for Economic Planning, because all these activities, we deliver them within our budgeted programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll get just one question so that we wind the panel. I know they have to rush to other engagements. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. But my question is about how these innovations, these technologies are reaching out to making sure that disability inclusion is part of the discourse. Because when you're talking about impacts of climate change, persons with disabilities are affected differently. When it talks about humanitarian assistance and emergencies, when you talk about loss and damage, what they lose, for example, a person on a wheelchair and it's flooding, the wheelchair has gone or your crutches are gone. Yes, we have that bigger picture and the smaller picture. How can the disability fraternity discourse, join the discourse and even be part and parcel of the discussions? Because, for example, like we are here and even following the proceedings for people who are deaf, there is no sign language interpretation, just a basic communication for persons with disabilities. So apart from just the basics, there are those things that we need data about, maybe persons with disabilities, how many they are in our countries, and desegregated for that matter, women, youth, because disability has also some intersectionality. And when it comes to technology, how can assistive devices, their assistive technology be part of the finance that is being discussed so that they are helped to be able to move with technology? Because AI is coming. Communication is very key. If they are not involved in knowing what is going on because of communication lab, what can they do? How can they engage? And maybe how does that fraternity, because it's organized in umbrellas and many other ways, join the AFDAN space so that they are also part of the discussion? Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. I think you are highlighting the interventions that needs to be, of course, addressed with reference to the emerging technological advancement that can, of course, have the aspect of inclusion, which is a critical component. And in a minute, I'll beg you to respond, Mr. Peter.
Our time is out. They have one, I will be very brief. Within the framework of AFDAN is based, its premises about the methodologies and the framework of LOCA for the rural area, and for the urban, there is BCRAP for the urban poor. We have participatory climate risk assessment, and within the participatory climate risk assessment, we are working, the program is what is called P4R, Program for Results. So it is a catalytic program where you are paid, or the more you involve a number of parameters, the more you get money. In the framework and the design, there is, if you have 30% within all committees, 30%, not less than 30% must be women, youth, and people living with disability across the planning committees. We have seen that seemingly bringing in the people with disability, youth, and women onto the discussion table. And while it is a growing phenomenon, we have seen very interesting how the rescue programs, for example, floods in Nyando, because you are a Kenyan, you know where Nyando is, through the priority of the systems of the people who have got that kind of challenges, they have really proposed within the bigger framework on how to respond to them. specifically for integrated infrastructure which they can use. What have we brought in here? We are brought in where people with disabilities, youth and women, are not segregated on the table of decision making. They say what they want, they score higher. If you don't involve them, you score less. If there is no project that is targeting them, you get less. That catalytic process has resulted in more bringing in marginalized communities, including the indigenous people in that. We will be able to discuss more when we go back to Nairobi. And the national chairman of people living with disability, Mr. Kilonzo, is always in touch with me, and we will have a more discussion on how best we can get it done.
Thank you so much. And as we wind up the panel from my panelists, would you give them a round of applause for the wonderful discussion? And what is very clear from the discussion, 3 things for your takeaway. 1, let us innovate. 2, let us invest. 3, let us integrate the mechanisms to, of course, advance these issues for African prosperity. But beyond that, the clarion call from the panelists is that we must be our own ambassadors for our continental growth. And from mine have been your moderator, Mr. Thomas Hudson from Nairobi, Kenya. And it's been a pleasure having this panel, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Looking forward to connect anytime soon. Have a good time. Thank you.
organized by the West Africa Coastal Area Resilience Investment Project, which is the Gambia, to be specific. So the West Africa Area Coastal Resilience Investment Project, which is WACA, seeks to build the institutional and policy capacity and framework of not only the governments, but also young people, communities, to enhance disaster risk reduction, integrated coastal management, natural resource management, but also building urban resilience. So as we are here at COP30, seeing so many young people engaging in discussions, talking about the fact that we need to strengthen our resilience, especially urban resilience, the WACA project thought it wise to actually bring together young people that are at COP30 to have a more extensive conversation on how we can be able to not only have discussions here, but also reflect these conversations in these discussions back at our local level, at our national level. So this is why we have some young people that have been working with the WACA project in the Gambia, but also other young people that have been working across different streams that are relevant to the key thematic area of the WACA project here with us. So before we kick on, or before we go into the dialogue or the roundtable proper with the young people, we would like to have the head of the WACA project in the Gambia, Dr. Sanyang, to officially open the event.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks to Fatou Jang for that opening. And we like and welcome all of you to this particular dialogue, which we call a regional youth dialogue. We felt this is really very important as Fatou just laid the foundation regarding the WACA project. So since we have a shared coast in West Africa, which has been seriously been threatened by various factors. One, we've observed a very rapid coastal erosion that is taking place, as well as depletion of our fishery sector, and then significant mangrove losses. This is, has highly been registered, and not forgetting the marine plastic pollution, which has really affected the biodiversity that is already in this coastline area. And also, the coastline has also been affected a lot with inaccurate sanitation infrastructure. So therefore, it was in 2018 when different countries in West Africa, they came together to approach the World Bank, since coastal issues are not, they are transboundary. So therefore, we need to approach it as a region to save our coastline. So it was good that the World Bank came to the aid of West Africa. Currently we have 9 countries that are benefiting from the WACA program. And the program has 4 main components. The first component is the integration, which is really very important to solve our problem and approach it as a region. Here we're trying to leverage on reputable institutions that are within the region that are working on climate change, that are working on integrated coastal zone management, so, and also try to harmonize policies to address our coastal issues. Number 2, the second component is the strengthening of policy and institutional frameworks. Here we try to strengthen our policy frameworks that has to do with disaster risk reduction, climate change issues, integrated coastal zone management, as well as pollution issues. And also look into our institutions that are mandated to address these issues, try to build their capacity, and also ensure there is more collaboration and coordination between these institutions to effectively address our coastal issues. And the fourth component is the investment component, which covers the infrastructural investment. We are talking about coastal erosion, so coastal protection measures have been taken in place, and also social investment, because there are communities that are vulnerable and their livelihood is directly or indirectly linked to these coastal activities. So therefore, the WACA project is investing into building the resilience of those communities that are staying close to the coast or the targeted areas. So therefore, we felt it is really very important to bring the youths together so that we can discuss about how to safeguard the West Africa's vanishing coastline, because the youths are at the core of WACA's activities. And by design, they want to ensure that the youth's participation is highly registered. So on that note, I'd like to thank the organizers, and as well as look forward to a very fruitful and educative interaction between the different countries that will be in the panel. As Fatu just mentioned, we'll not stop here, but also this discussion has to continue. Yes, from COP30, we will continue this discussion and look forward to have a regional, youth conference whereby different countries, the 9 countries, WACA countries, they can all come together and discuss about pressing issues and the role of the youths in safeguarding our well-threatened coastline. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanyang. Before you take your seat, is it possible to just stand here a bit so we can have a more a clear photo of you because of the reflection?
Okay.
Yes.
So I just.
Okay. So, well, not to stand, but at least to probably maybe what are you looking forward to, especially in the conference? You've mentioned the fact that it's really crucial that we have this conversation at COP30, but also have further discussions at the national level. So really, how do you hope to see young people involved in this project, especially at the local level?
As I mentioned, the young people, they have a greater role to play. We want to ensure that whatever interventions the WACA project is embarking on, it reaches the grassroots level. And we have a lot of community-led youth initiatives that we want to ensure that they play a greater role in addressing this issue. So therefore, this conversation, we look forward to hear the different experiences from these various countries, how they're working with the youth, how the youth are taking the lead in order to safeguard our coastline. But not only that, after COP30, we want to ensure that we'll bring a regional dialogue between these countries so that the youth can come together and focus on how to address our coastal issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you so much for laying the foundation of our conversation today. And as you've mentioned, this project is really crucial, especially for West African coastal communities. You've mentioned how livelihoods are impacted. You've mentioned especially how the marine ecosystem is significantly impacted as a result of our vanishing coastline, and how this project will intervene to ensure that it is supporting not only the governments, but also the communities, the young people, and different stakeholders that are not only inhabiting in coastal regions or coastal zones, but also working on the protection of our coastline. Thank you, Doc. And then we will move on to our keynote speaker for the event today, who is no other person but our friend, everyone's friend. I mean, every young person in the Gambia that works in the climate space, if you ask them to share their experience working with DPS Jallo, they will all share really positive remarks because of how involved he is in not only youth-related issues, but also how the government can also empower and partner with young people in issues relating to our environment and our climate. So DPS Jallo, welcome, and we are really happy to have you to be our keynote speaker for this important event.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you to the WACA project and our youth participants for organizing this program. I think Doctor has said a lot. The Gambia is one of the vulnerable countries to climate change, especially to coastal erosion. Most of our coastline is less than 1 meter above mean sea level, and of course this creates vulnerability. Again, this is not limited to the Gambia. If you see Ghana, Mauritania, Senegal, that I've seen that have been invited here, they all have similar circumstances. And I remember going to Ghana some years ago, and in Ada and Keta, and they've lost entire villages to coastal erosion. I remember they spent almost 200 million on just 12 kilometers of coastline, which shows you how much support we need. That's why this is meant to be an adaptation COP. because we didn't create the problem. The Gambia has 9 coastal units from Bunyadu Point to Katong, and each of them has varying vulnerabilities. We've done many vulnerability assessments. We've also not been idle from the perspective of government. We've had support from the EU. We did the Global Climate Change Alliance project, which integrated coastal zone management by creating a coastal forum. This also has led to now us having an integrated coastal zone management bill, which is currently in Parliament being reviewed. We've had support from the WACA project, as Dr. mentioned, about $46 million, which again is going towards flood risk management as well as supporting coastal zones. Earlier, we also had the LDCF project, improving the resilience of coastal communities, that was implemented by the NEA. This was looking to build a revetment along the Senegambia beach. As a country, maybe if you don't know, 2 of our main foreign currency earners are tourism and agriculture. Climate change is affecting both. With regards to agriculture, we used to have 6 months of rainfall, now we barely have 3. And again, with the coastal zone, just to give you an example, the hotel area called Lolik Senegambia stretch used to have 150 meters of sand. And now we have 15 meters of the sand left, meaning we've lost 135. You can do the maths. And again, tourism, as we know it, is sand, sea, and sun. So if you the elements, of course, it affects the quality of the product you give out, and this also affects income we get already as a poor and developing country. I think this event is very important. I'm looking forward to seeing the perspectives from the different youth agents from the different countries to see what we can learn from each other, what we're doing better than others, what mistakes we made. Again, owning up to mistakes is important because sometimes you have maladaptation. And that also means that, as Doctor said, having the regional forum for youths, capacity building is important. In my view, anything that you do that needs to be sustainable must involve youths because we are inheriting problems that we did not create. Right now, we're here discussing climate change. We're running around. We've been here for 2 weeks. We did not create this. And I remember, as a climate scientist, climate change has been discovered since 1958, but we are still discussing the same thing. It's now been 30 years of trying to solve the same problem. Of course, there has been progress, but in my view, not enough. So I believe that having these types of fora where we can share ideas and see what other countries are doing better is also useful. And again, looking at the WACA perspective, it looks at the regional implementation. I believe, as Dr. said, there were 9 countries. Most of our Francophone partners have already almost completed theirs. We're left with, I think, Ghana, Gambia, and Guinea-Bissau that are moving forward. So again, the finance is never enough. We were celebrating when we had 46 million, but now we've started implementation. We've realized that we need more. And not to sound ungrateful, but we have a responsibility to the communities that their livelihoods depend very, very seriously on the coastal zone. So I think today is not really about me or the government of the Gambia, but really about the youths. So I'll sit down and now enjoy the stories that my colleagues will share and then learn from it and then see how we can also include that in our policy moves, as well as seeing how to give youth a voice. I know that's one thing that is across African countries. How can we have youth sitting at the table? Someone said that if you're not on the table, you're most likely on the menu. So let's try and see how we can be on the table and not on the menu. Thank you very much.
DPS.
Yes.
Thank you so much. DPS is saying that if we are not on the table, we have to be in the menu.
Yes.
So, we need to be in the nitty-gritty of things. Be in Jahas Mahaswa. We need to be there and be involved. So thank you so much, DPS Jallo. That is really, really crucial. And you obviously mentioned how impactful, especially, coastal problems are for countries. You've actually even highlighted the issue in Ghana when you visited and how much money is even needed to protect our coastal zones. And this is obviously similar to the other WACA regions or projects we've seen in places like Benin and Togo, where there have been an increase in tidal waves, or how it has actually impacted and displaced communities before the arrival of the WACA project. And we also could see in Cote d'Ivoire how more than 8 million people, which is about 36% of the national population, which depends on the coastline for fishing and tourism, were significantly affected. And we've also seen in Guinea-Bissau how mangrove loss actually threaten people's livelihoods and source of income. And it's important that you actually pointed out some of these challenges that we're already experiencing in these coastal zones, but also the fact that you've also highlighted that we are now having the coastal zone management and bill in Parliament, and I think this will even solidify the work that is currently going. But we need individuals like you in government to continue to push for young people to be included in discussions like this, to actually be supported, be funded, but also to be in leadership positions where they can be able to impact, but also influence change. So as he said, you know, if we're not on the table, let us ensure we are at least in the menu. But the most important is we are on the table where the menu is actually served. Thank you so much, DPS Jalo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this keynote. And this will just introduce us to a very, very interesting work that the WACA project recently did. They took a group of journalists from West African countries that are involved in this WACA project. They had journalists, and they also had young people working on environmental issues. And we will be playing a video that actually shares the experience and the reflection of these young people that were there. But most importantly, a journalist from the Gambia was able to cover and saw how impactful the project is, especially in countries they are already operating. And this was in Mauritania a few weeks ago, showing how the WACA project was able to restore degraded coastlines.
The gentle waves along many West African coastlines may seem calm, but beneath them lies a story of struggle, a fight against slow disappearance of livelihoods.
The West African coastline continues to face harsh realities of climate change, from rising sea level to coastal erosion, threatening lives and livelihoods. But across the region, efforts under the WACA program is helping communities reclaim their coastal and as well as rebuild their resilience.
The West Africa Coastal Areas Management Program, WACA, is a World Bank-supported initiative uniting countries like the Gambia, Mauritania, Senegal, Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Cote d'Ivoire in a shared mission to protect their fragile coastlines. The program focuses on strengthening community resilience, restoring ecosystems, and promoting sustainable livelihoods across the region. On the first day of the WACA regional press visit, journalists and content creators gathered at the WACA Mauritanian office, where Mohamed Lamin Baba, the national coordinator, explained the natural mechanism used transforming coastal management in the country. His message was clear. Resilience begins with the knowledge and local action.
C'est un peu l'idée principale, c'est de trouver des solutions naturelles.
The main idea is to find natural solutions. This approach focuses on restoring natural infrastructures to address environmental challenges. Several studies have been conducted exploring multiple scenarios, and one in particular has proven very effective. This process involved both mechanical fixation and biological fixation.
The team, accompanied by Malay Jagana, coordinator of WACA Bar, and the deputy coordinator of WACA Mauritania, then embarked on a field visit to witness these transformations firsthand. Along the fragile coastal stretches in Nouakchott, WACA's interventions are reshaping landscapes once defined by vulnerability.
Maintenant, reste les populations, et les populations maintenant, il faut une sensibilisation.
As the population settled, new challenges emerged, and there is now a strong need for public awareness. That is why the Ministry, the WACA Project, and the Society for Coastal Zone Management, together with our communication services, are developing awareness programs to engage communities, especially during the time when people of Nouakchott are most active along the beaches.
During the visit, WACA Bar coordinator Malay Jagana gave a detailed overview of how the coastline has evolved over time.
Et ce quartier, c'est vraiment, on l'appelle cité plage. Et tout ça, c'était le domaine marin. Si vous regardez d'ailleurs dans les aires géologiques.
This neighborhood is often called the beach city. In the past, all this area was part of the marine domain. If you look back, Through the geological errors, the coastline was once 150 kilometers away from here. Around 150,000 years ago, the sea reached that far. But over time, through natural processes of marine transgressions and regressions, the coastline gradually shifted.
Il s'agrandissait là où il y a un petit espace, c'était des occupations.
The highlight of the day came at the ACNAV experimental facility in Nouakchott, where innovation meets environmental science. Dr. Talib Sidi, director of the Institut Supérieur de Sciences de la Mer, explained a unique approach to combat coastal erosion, using nature itself as the defense. Rows of carefully planted vegetation lined the sandy coast, forming a living barrier against the force of the sea. Through a sustainable irrigation system, these plants not only stabilize the soil, but also restore the natural ecosystem.
30% des quartiers de Nouakchott sont donc menacés par l'inondation. L'inondation qui est aggravée par la séparation marine.
Over the past 30 years, various solutions have been developed to tackle this challenge. In this area, we have an important natural resources and a key link in the system. It only requires setting up small drainage channels to allow water to flow properly. We use local technologies based on natural materials, such as branches from palm trees and other plants, to help stabilize the sand. This local technique has proven to be highly effective in fixing and protecting the soil.
Pour essayer de fixer le sable. Et donc ça fixe bien.
Mauritanians' experience offers a valuable lesson for all West Africa. The fight against coastal erosion cannot be won by concrete alone, but through harmony between human innovation and nature's resilience. As the ocean continues to challenge the shore, WACA's work reminds us that adaptation is not just a response. It is responsibility shared by all coastal nations. The gentle waves along many West African coastlines may seem calm, but beneath them,
Thank you so much for that video. As the reporter that are actually closed in this reporting, that adaptation is not just an individual responsibility, it is a shared responsibility by all these countries that are actually impacted. And this is why we are here today to have this conversation with young people from these different countries that are impacted, but they are also working on how they could build their resilience and be able to effectively adapt to this growing problem that we are facing. So on that note, we would love to welcome our young speakers on our panel. So we have our first speaker, Malamin Bajan, who is from COP30, Senegal. Thank you, Bajan, Mr. Bajan. And then we have Arabia Tujalo from Green Up Gambia, from the Gambia. And then we have Gloria, who is representing Nigeria, Ghana, and the founder of the food discourse. You know the reason why I said representing Nigeria? It's because your organization, the food discourse, and it reminds me about Nigerian food. That's why, but obviously, we will have the discussion later about Nigerian and Ghanaian food. Thank you so much, Groli. And then we have our final speaker, Mr. Haidara from the Gambia Environment Alliance, who was one of the young people that actually has been working with the WACA project. To begin with, Ms. Jallo, I just wanted to hear your thoughts and your reflection, because the Cody Stream intervention under the WACA project is actually considered a generational opportunity to save lives. What difference do you think it will make when the stream is restored and reprofited? As a young person that has obviously been working with local communities.
Thank you, Fatu, and thank you everyone for joining us here today. And okay, that's good. Yeah. Okay, so answering that question, talking about the difference that this reprofiling the CO2 stream is gonna make, actually, first of all, I would say it's going to drastically reduce flooding, and it is gonna protect lives and homes. Because the CO2 stream is like, it's one of the most densely populated in our communities in the Gambia, and when floods hits that place, like, it's a disaster. And it creates flooding, it creates, people's lives are being disturbed, communities, and, you know, it disturbs also the people that are living around that end. So it's going to help reduce flooding, and it's going to definitely help people that are living around that end. And on the other hand, it's going to help in reviving the local economy, especially tourism and small businesses around that end. You know, Kotu is like, it's a heartbeat of the tourism, I can say, in the Gambia. And we have most of the hotels around those and we have people living in that area. And flooding at times affects those hotels. So definitely it's going to help in that sector. It's going to help improve the economy and the livelihoods of the people that are living around that end. And it's also gonna help in strengthening the resilience of our ecosystem. Like, you know, if we have a healthy Kotu stream, you know, it protects the wetland, and it improves the water quality, and it will also support biodiversity. So when we combine with mangroves restoration and community stewardship, it becomes a natural buffer against sea level rise. And so the Kotu project, like the Waka project, it's more than an engineering intervention. So it's a lifeline that will safeguard communities today, and it's going to secure resilience for generations of the Gambia. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jallo. You actually pointed out really important issues, especially how this project, especially in Kotu, will help to not only build resilience, but also in reprofiting this community. Because you've mentioned how it is impacting livelihoods and also impacting lives, but also you've touched on the issue of the income or the economic value it has. As you've mentioned, it is a hotspot for tourism in the Gambia. And if that place is actually, if we have so much growth and development in there, obviously it will significantly impact our economic growth as a country. And most importantly, you talked about the issue of ecosystem restoration, especially within the Kotu stream area. So thanks for bringing in that aspect, but I'll come back to you later. But please hand the mic to Muse Bajan. I just wanted to, from hearing the Gambia's perspective around how the Kotu or the Waka project would really help in building community resilience, I just wanted to also understand, because Senegal is currently facing severe shoreline erosion, especially in section of the coastline within Dakar, around Gore Island and the Saint Louis region. So how will the Waka interventions in this area really help to restore hope for the communities and the people that are actually living in these places?
Thank you, Mrs. The moderator, or Miss, sorry, I don't know. Yeah, so my name is Malamine Bajan. I'm from Senegal, and I serve as the Green Coordinator for Co-Africa, which is an international organization operating across 12 countries in Africa, including Senegal and the Gambia. And today, in my work, is just focused on how we can make young people be aware of this climate change issue that we are living, but also once in the communities that they will be deployed, be able to transfer the message to the communities. And once of those communities live issue related to coastal erosion. And I will just take the case of Senegal. For us, our coastline are more than just geographic spaces. They are our identity, they are our heritage, but also our economy. And as what you mentioned before, 60% of our people live around this narrow strip of land. And every year we see the ocean that used to sustain us is pushing further inland, claiming homes, livelihood, but also the very sense of security that the communities have. And if you take the example of Dakar, you mentioned earlier, but I'll talk later about Barnier, which is very impacted by those coastal erosion, and also Gore, like where the ocean is just like meters away from schools, roads, cemeteries, and the cultural heritage that shape our nation. And also in Saint Louis, like especially in the land of Barbary areas, like communities, families wake up to see the sea exactly where their bedroom used to be. And today, I think in all those communities, like there are people, there are families that have been living on those places. In the case of Barney, like the rising sea level has like forced many millions people, no, many thousands of people to migrate to other places, and many of those people are like coming from like depend on the sea to, like for the economic income. So they have definitely to come back to the sea, like to have just a source of income. And I think today the worker intervention in Senegal or in the other region in Africa can be very it's very important in a way that Waka today brings something that those communities has never felt before, which is hope. And when I say hope, it's not just abstract hope. It's like concrete, measurable, but also sustainable hope that they give to those communities. So today, when concrete infrastructure are built, like when mangrove are restored, when there is an early warning system that is built in place. That's so the communities that they are not being left alone, facing the sea level rise alone. And also as youth, that's so as that we have an entity that is behind us, that is supporting that our work that we are doing when it comes to the sensibilization that we are doing with the communities, when it comes to the activities that we are doing inside the community. So Waka today give us that hope to really see that, to really know that there is an NGO behind us helping in all the work that we are doing in preventing coastal erosion rise in Senegal. And today, they also give us that framework, like connecting local realities to local solution, but also even global solution, because do not respect borders and never sold our response. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bajan. You know, you really touch of the importance of such a project, but also you were living in the shoreline or in the coastal area, especially in Gore Island and St. Louis, and how children and young people that actually go to school are always impacted, but also how people are losing their homes at a rapid rate due to rising sea level. But also you've mentioned how important the project is really giving hope to these people because it is sustaining and strengthening our infrastructure, but also providing early warning systems that are able to help these people not only be aware, but also know how to prepare themselves in the face or case of emergency. Thank you so much, Mr. Bajan. Gloria, I just wanted to also ask, because Ghana has been having recurring coastal flooding and erosion, also has been impacting communities and infrastructure. How can young people push for sustainable investments to actually protect our coast?
Okay. Thank you very much, Fatou, and the organizers for putting together such a relevant event today. So yes, my name is Gloria Jare. I'm an environmentalist with over 6 years of experience working in communities, implementing community-based projects, and working with young people through education and engagement initiatives under the focal areas of food, climate, and nature. Now, tying this back into the question Fatou asked me, I would say that one of the most important things I've seen in my line of work over the years is that you can never go wrong with building the capacity of a community. You can never go wrong with building the capacity of young people. I think that that is one first step that WACA or any other institution that is ready to support and help communities address this main challenge that is that first step that they should focus on. Community engagement, community education, having to use simple things around them to even protect themselves first is one key step that I believe will be very sustainable in cases of emergency where there are no infrastructures and all of that. They can save themselves first. There have been the most recent issue, I think DPS spoke about his experience in Ghana. Keta in particular has had a very bad experience when it comes to coastal issues, you know. But we have had a lot of local NGOs going to help prevent the sea from doing further damage. It will not make sense to them. So one of the things I always advocate for nature-based solutions, which will actually live with the people. They would be taught as you build their capacity, they will know how to preserve them, how to even ensure that it's being like further raised to protect not just their generation, but the generation also that is to come. Another thing I want to also emphasize on, since this is West Africa, collaboration is such an important topic when it comes to addressing issues related to not just climate change, but even these coastal challenges. And I remember Director also mentioned something about marine pollution, basically like plastic pollution, which we can see is also exacerbating some of these issues. Imagine we have collaboration between all of us here, Gambia, Ghana, Senegal. We are taking like some radical community engagement strategies, you know, on one, plastic community engagement strategies, you know, on one, plastic waste pollution, and on issues on how to build resilience. Across, let's say we've set like 6 months, this is what we are doing. Imagine the level of impact we are going to have. The knowledge we give to the people, what we leave with them, and how they are able to protect themselves further. You realize that the rate of impact will reduce significantly, because beyond just like money being given to them, you have given them something that they can live with forever in their journeys. So like off the cuff, I would say that these are like key, I feel like they are low-hanging fruits that can drive sustainable investments within this place. Now look at these fisher folks like this. Their work has been impacted so much. I remember in the year 2021, I walked to, even that was Osu Beach. I went to engage some of the fisher folks there just to understand how plastic pollution is actually affecting their work. I have a documentary on that. And they showed us, like typically, they went out in the morning to draw fishes. When they came out, we had just small fishes and lots of plastics, you know, and at the end of the day too, there are even no protection. You spoke about concrete. There are some concrete protections that are being set along the coastal area. There's nothing like that for them, no shelter, nothing. So at the end of the day, businesses are taken away from you. You are not catching fishes, you are catching plastics, and when you come back to, you are still not protected from this disaster. You know, it's a whole lot of things. So if we are able to invest money into capacity building, if we are able to invest money into nature-based solutions, mangroves planting and all of it has to be rapid, as fast as it can, so that it will have enough time to grow over time and protect our people. I think we'll go a long way to tackle this issue and also build resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gloria, for highlighting these 3 critical points. The fact that we can never go wrong with community awareness, because people will always learn one thing or the other. Thank you for bringing in the perspective, but also the fact that you also highlighted the issue of nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions for us, especially as West Africa and African countries, is something that is very crucial for us in terms of ecosystem restoration, but also in terms of livelihood improvement and also more financial gains for communities. Because you mentioned and highlighted how we cannot just move all these people residing in areas, but for a start, when we invest in NBS, it can really help them a lot. And the final thing is obviously, as you mentioned, the issue of regional collaboration. As you mentioned, that if this is done, it can really be able to ensure that we are strengthening collaboration, working with each other, but also sharing best practices along the way. And the WACA team is here, and I'm sure they are taking note of all these important recommendations that are being shared. And this, the issue or the final point that you actually raised, just moves me or takes me to the final speaker, Mohammed, because he has been working with the WACA team, showing the importance of intergenerational collaboration, but also cross-sector collaboration. He was one of the young people that was selected to travel to Benin and Togo, representing the Gambia, to actually see what is happening in these countries under the WACA project. So Mohammed, as a young person that actually had the opportunity to travel to these countries, supported by WACA, with other young people across the 9 countries in the WACA project. We just wanted to hear your reflections, but also how important the project is in these communities, especially in supporting people that are already impacted. So what is your reflection from the travels that you actually made with WACA?
Thank you very much, Fatu, and good afternoon, everyone. I think it's in the afternoon. I am Mohamed Haidara, the Secretary General of the Gambia Environmental Alliance. I was one of the few young people that WACA took to Beni. That was last year. So my trip to Beni was like a very good eye-opener because it helped me to understand what other, coastal countries are doing in building their resilience. So as we all know, WACA is a resilient project and adaptation, definitely helping West African country to come up with different innovation solutions that are, ingenious, like in the country, because it's something that the country has to come up, just like what you have seen in Mauritania. They come up with their own different approach in how to handle the situation of sea level rise and also erosion, which is a key challenge because, as we always say, we environmental are like, you cannot fight nature, but you have to go smart to make sure that you use what nature has given you to able to cope the situation of nature. That is, coming with nature-based solution. So basically, with Benin, we have so many similar ecosystem. We have a vast beach. They also have a vast beach. And then, what is more inspiring is that Benin have planted thousands of, coconut trees in their coastline, which is very, very significant. And in my country, I guess, that nature-based component is really missing, even though I'm glad DBS have highlighted the issue of, the coastal integrated, we call it the ICZM, the Inter-Coastal Zone Management, which has also, through the European Union, has funded a lot of coconut tree to be planted, which WACA is also trying to, to complement around the coastal stream, because, nature-based solution is very significant. It allows, the soil is, to be stable. I know that it cannot stop the water from coming, but it definitely allows the soil to be stable, which is very important, like for beach, especially countries that depend on tourism. So like then with other things that is really gonna be amazing is that we as young people that being involved in project like this is very important. It also gives us like the opportunity to have like, visiting experience, whereby we connect and network with other young people from other part of the country, sorry, the continent, and then, to see how best we can collaborate, just like what our Gloria say. So currently right now I have that collaboration with all those members from this, that took part in the WACA visit, which was really helpful, and it has given us another different perspective, like how young people are doing it in their country. Like for us, like in the Gambia, so far you have added some of the things. We are doing mangrove restoration massively. And then, what is more interesting is that this project is very special to us because it's addressing the problem of over 200,000 people, because it is located at an area that is highly densely populated. And in my country, our population is just, 1.6. I guess now we are 1.8. Okay, now we are coming to 2 million now. 2.4. Oh, okay, nice. Okay. So since like, okay, our population is really growing. So imagine like out of 2 million, you remove 200,000 households from there. That shows you how important this project is definitely trying to address one of the key, pertinent problem in my country. Because, the coastline, as we all know, that's where most of our population are settling, even in Ghana, in Nigeria, going to Senegal, because the coastline has all the amazing opportunities, like the tourist sectors, access to the nature-based, food system that are provided, like the oysters, the fish pond. These are very important. That's like when you say that, resettling people is a concern,
But definitely, people has to be resettled if you want to survive. Because as I said, you're gonna fight with nature. So for you, as a man, you're gonna fight with nature. I know that we have that historical context that we have to settle in certain area, but it's always important. We have seen it happening in like Benin. They have to, resettle other people because, they have to build the resilient. If government want to build resilient, it requires a lot of space. Meaning you need to do a lot of restoration, as a force buffer. You also need to do, soft engineering and the hard engineering, bring in boulders. We cannot be done where people are settling because if people are settling there, meaning you might end up endangering their life. So at the end of the day, it's for our own safety. And because of sometimes maybe 100 households cannot deny the entire population from surviving from sea level rise. Like in my country, our highest shoreline meter elevation is 2 meters. So meaning if there is a sea level rise, especially for my capital city, which is less than below sea level, with a sea level rise of 0.5 meter, I'm gonna lose half of my capital city, and that's where Fadujang is from. So she's gonna lose her whole historical context. If that's where I was from, Sumita, what will happen to my country? Just in 2022 was the key disaster we have seen in my country. Like Kodo Stream, where Waka is intervening, over 15,000 households were affected. And I believe it's even beyond that. The facts are there. So we have seen that, even our social economy at some point was affected. Over 2.5 million, USD due to economic impact, according to World Bank study, have shown that that's how it, because the tourist sector, just like what Rabia said, we have tourist sector in that area. And then Gambia, is a country that highly depends, just like what DPS said. We depend on tax, we depend on tourism, which is very, very important. So definitely this very important reflection that I wanted to share as a young person, and that's why then this project also has given us another decision on the table, just like what DPS said. If you are not in the menu, then, if you are not in the decision making, then you are in the menu. So we are so lucky to say that, our country has launched the first national climate change bill, which is through the support of WACA, has helped us young people to be part of the decision making, whereby, at least 20% to 30% will be allocated to young people because they understand how vulnerable we are. I know when we talk about climate vulnerability, we are always like, okay, women and children. But young people like youths are also vulnerable. We have series of groups of people that are vulnerable because, we are people that, sometimes cannot meet our ends meet. So we are always vulnerable. Like my country right now, we are met with the issue of, climate mobility. People are migrating in and out to Europe, going for greener pasture. All these are due to the climate impact. So WACA is definitely helping us to build those resilient and to make sure that, we young people understand that we can definitely make it here, but with opportunity that is through project. I know which is something very short term. I know that it's very short term. I'm sorry to highlight this thing. I know it's short term, but I think the consistency has to be continued. We by the young people. We have to be consistent. We don't have to be project driven, but we have to make sure that we are consistent in the advocacy and the work that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a reflection, Mohammed. Thank you for really taking us through the visit that you had in Benin and Togo, but also sharing your reflection as a young person that actually works in the Gambia. And as you've mentioned, I think when the city rises, when we have the sea level, God forbid, my home will be one of the first because we are actually very close to the Banjul Beach. So it's a really critical issue for people like us that are actually very close to the coastal zone that are actually quite vulnerable to sea level rise. But you also highlighted so many other important issues, especially about the fact that there needs to be continuous engagement of young people. That even if the WACA project phases out, how do these young people actually carry on the work? How do they ensure that we have sustainability in terms of the level of engagement with communities, but also in terms of what we are doing to protect it and preserving our environment? And as you rightly highlighted, man cannot fight with nature. We need to live peacefully with nature so that we protect people and the planet. So before we wrap up, I just wanted to hear final reflections from every single speaker here. Just briefly, what key message do you have for people that are here with us?
So my message will be, at first for the young people that are here in the room, just yeah, my message will be at first for the young people that are here in this room to just continue the great work that we are doing regarding preventing or sensitizing the population that are living in these areas of risk. And another aspect is like, I don't know, there's some speaker who mentioned it, we always forget about like the marine pollution. And we have been doing a lot of activities regarding that in Yoff, which is also part of the coastal area in Senegal, where we have removed more than 10 tons of plastic waste inside the ocean. So this action just help also the fishermen that are also in this region to be able to maybe have more production when they go to the sea for fishing. So let us just continue the great work that we are doing. If we are not already working on that sector, let us also see how we can engage more on that, because it's a very critical area that threatening our countries across the West African region. The other aspect is the other message is like for the organizer like WACA and the others NGO that are here in this room. Let us support the work of young people that they are doing, but also let us fund the activities that young people are doing, but also let us organize such kind of panels or conferences that young people can learn from each other, so that once in their countries they be able to implement such kind of aspect. I really love the reflection that Mohammed made about his trip in Togo and Benin. If other young person also have that experience, like traveling abroad, seeing what is happening there, learning from that what is happening there, that can be more aware of what is happening, but also can be more engaged on the work that they have been doing in their country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bajan. He said we should fund and we should support young people, but also ensure that there is room for knowledge transfer and knowledge management, as well as capacity building for young people. So funding as well as knowledge transfer, but also acknowledging the important work young people are doing. Ms. Jallo, what is your message to people that are here?
Okay, so my message, the message that I have for young people that are here, I can say, is for us to continue doing the work that we are doing, as La Bajan mentioned. It's for us to continue doing the work that we are doing. And also, we should not just say that, okay, we've seen projects are coming, like the WACA project, they're doing a great work, but, we learn about the WACA project, so it's also our responsibility, to let the people that are living around that end, or people that are living in drought-prone areas, so that for us to tell them that there are disasters gonna hit and you're gonna be affected, so you need to be ready, or you need to find somewhere else that you need to be. And we need to sensitize people. We need to raise awareness about the effects that are affecting us, the climate change issues that are affecting us in our daily lives, and see how best we can, try and uplift others in their lives, and how we can help them, be people that be better people in their livelihood. And, this all helps when you are in communities that, you see the effects that are happening. We all see when droughts happen, when flooding happens in the Gambia, like, everyone is affected. Even though if you're not living within that community, there's some other person, your relative or someone that's living around that area. So it's always good to raise awareness and always to be with these people, and then to help them out when disasters hit and all this stuff. So I will just say for the youths, for us to continue doing what we do best, and we keep up the work that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arabietu. Let us ensure there is more awareness creation, and let us make sure that we're empowering young people to continue to work that they're doing. So she emphasized and re-emphasized the importance of awareness for communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Fatou. I remember when I was preparing for this session, I was thinking about exactly what is really priority for me when it comes to this particular topic. So I think 3 things came to mind. I believe that protecting, and I had to write it down because I don't want to forget, protecting our coastline is protecting our people, our history, and our future. Therefore, it's really important that we do invest in ensuring that our coastline is protected. Also, for young people, I want us to see ourselves as co-creators of like protecting our coastline, finding solutions to protect our coastline, and not just beneficiaries of these initiatives that are ongoing. My third thing is that if we raise our voices as young people and strengthen regional solidarity, we can secure the sustainable investment needed to safeguard West Africa's shores for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you so much, Gloria. Protecting, as he said, protecting our coastline is protecting our people, protecting our history, and protecting our future. So let us invest in the protection of our coastline. And as she mentioned, we need to ensure that young people are co-creators and not just beneficiaries of projects that are implemented in the protection of our coastline. Thank you so much, Gloria. And finally, Mr. Haidara, what do you have to share with people here today?
So, well, I would like to say as a young person, we should always advocate for core designing and core implementation, and which WACA has really shown, because, you know, we have really benefited a lot because we are part of the core designers, and now we are also implementing some of their key components for young people. So this is very significant, and I think young people should definitely be involved so much to ensure that, you know, that is continuing in all the other projects that we're going to see happening. Do not always wait for them to call you at the validation stage. Be there in the core designing. As they said, if you are not part of the discussion, you're going to be part of the menu. So obviously be part of the core designing, and then you will be part of the implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haidara. So young people, do not wait to be called. Be there. Co-create and co-implement. I think, DPS, your phrase is now very famous. It looks like we will be using this going forward. Young people, if they are not part of the table, they should be part of the menu. This should be our tagline going forward. But I will say, let us be on the table, because the table is, you know, the table is where all the juicy things happen. When you are on the menu, you can be easily forgotten. You will take a nicer thing. But let us ensure we are on the table and be part of the nitty-gritty of things. Thank you so much to our amazing speakers. But obviously, we had our audience here that have been here with us listening to the conversation. And just wanted to open the floor to our audience if anyone has anything to share. So if you don't take the mic, I will call you. I will start with Hadijatu. Hadijatu, you actually worked with, we saw how the WACA office in the Gambia specifically supported the local conferences of youth on climate change for the past 2 years. So just also really wanted to hear, as a convener or as the convener of ELCOI the Gambia, what has been your experience working with WACA, and what are the things, especially the gaps, that we can really improve on? I'm sorry if I take anyone, if you are called on the spot, I'm just looking at the audience to make sure we engage all of you, so don't mind me if I call you to share your reflections.
Thank you so much, Fatu, for that. And like you mentioned, WACA has been supporting ELCOI Gambia for the past 2 years, supporting livelihoods and building resilience of the people living within the Kotu stream. So to me, WACA, it's not only supporting communities with their livelihoods or building people living within the community Kotu stream, but also they are trying to support young people and capacitate them regarding the issues of climate action. For instance, we take the ELCOI as an example. WACA has been the major implementing partner for the past 2 years, and over 75% of our funding actually coming from WACA. So that is not only the funding aspect, but like when we talk about climate change, we always talk about realizing the experiences or the vulnerabilities of those communities. So what does WACA do at the second part? It's to allowing young people or the delegates of those ELCOI members to actually see the realities these people are facing in their flood-prone areas. For instance, for the past 2 years during the ELCOI conference, young people from the ELCOI delegates actually had an intervention site into all those I think it's 7 to 8 WACA intervention sites within the stream. And young people, they do not only go there to visit the vulnerability communities, but they also lay a foundation towards the nature-based solutions or some recommendations that WACA can also take as a heed. So, and for this last one, the field trip that young people did, there was like an assessment to the communities. They visited almost like 70 plus households within the Kotu stream, ensuring that those women or those community members living within that area are able to understand what is actually happening. Either it's waste management, flooding or any other thing that is actually affecting their communities or their livelihood was something that young people brought together. And
Indeed.
it was a plus for Elkoya young people. Thank you.
Indeed, it was a plus for Elkoy Gambia, and we really are glad to hear your reflection and also how the WACA project was actually involved in not only providing financial support, but also implementing or supporting in the implementation of some of the conversations or policy actions that actually came out of the discussion. So, just wanted to ask if we have any other member of our distinguished and honorable audience to share their reflections. See, I'm giving you all these fancy names, giving you all, see, I didn't give these names to my speakers, but just wanted to hear your reflections. I'm looking at faces. I'm seeing some of you are putting your head down, but I will call you. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mariama Diallo from the Guinea.
There should be more country collaborations among young people. You obviously pointed or highlighted some of the challenges that countries like Guinea are facing in terms of capacity building, but also partnership opportunities between other countries in West Africa, but also specifically the WACA project intervention countries. Probably we can try to commit the WACA team to host a dialogue between all the 9 countries so we can bring all of you together to ensure that there is knowledge transfer, there is conversation around best practices, lesson learned about how we can build mutual collaboration as we ensure the projects are implemented at our local level. I can also see the WACA team has also put their hands down when we said the issue of the regional conversations, but this is something that the young people can actually push them to do and think of, especially in the future. But thank you so much to everyone that have actually joined us here today. Your insights and your perspectives have really, really contributed a lot in moving things forward, but especially how young people can, oh, we have another young person here. Oh, we ought to have another younger person there, in fact. You know, the youngest person in the room here. So we will give you the mic, and then we give our fellow young person the mic as well.
I don't think like I can define myself as a young person, but my name is Musa, and I'm from Mauritania, and okay, so, and I have been long working on the issue of youth, climate change in West Africa in general. Currently, I'm working with UN, but if I have to share maybe experience on how we should be engaged in youth, because we have been for long in the rooms just for slogans and then holding banners, but I think what we really need is to have the intel and see how we can influence the negotiations through the lenses of young Africans and communities in general. Because not to say like our government are not speaking on behalf of our communities or of our people, but in general, they have to be lost in this jargon of climate and forgetting sometimes what are the real needs of the communities back home. And I think as young or youth-led organization, we should definitely see how we can strengthen our understanding of the overall issue and then bring expertise in finance, in maybe adaptation, in mitigation, and be able to support the government, the negotiators in general. And I remember like a few years ago, the African Union had a program they called Youth-Led Platform to support the African group of negotiators. I was part of them working on climate adaptation and finance, but then it disappeared. Why? Because maybe the thinking or the strategy was not good enough. And a lot of us, I mean, have been lost because some of them went to UN, others went to the government, and then this kind of platform definitely need to be supported. And coming back to West Africa in general, when you see in the continent, when they talk about climate, it's Kenya, Nigeria, sometimes Ethiopia, and those coming from West Africa in general. Maybe it's the barrier of the language somehow, but we need to be more strategic and try to see how we can, I mean, get inside the room. Because if we are talking about impact of climate change, no one can ignore the Sahel region. We are suffering it in every sense, in the peace aspect, in the security aspect, but also in land degradation and all of these things. And she also mentioned something about the resources. And that brings me back to what I was saying. Without intel, without knowledge, there is no way we can move people like WACA or UN to give us money. So we need to be able to justify something consistent, coherent, and that can fit in the overall discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our Mauritanian brother for really sharing all this very, very thoughtful recommendation for young people, but also for the WACA project. And moving on to our next audience member, our youth pa, as Uncle Taf say, our youth man.
Thank you very much. Let me thank WACA for organizing this because it gives the young people the opportunity to learn from each other. And I want to thank the panelists all because I've learned a lot. To say I'm a youth, once a youth worker, always a youth. I've been in youth work for more than 20 years, so I'm a youth. But I think we need to reflect and coordinate within ourselves because we are talking about West Africa. And this is an opportunity, though most of your colleagues are not here, but I think there are to network and ensure that what is done in Senegal that is positive is done in the Gambia or Ghana because the coast is the same. I want to end my remark by referring to the Gambia. I know from how's it called, Batokunku to Karton. Maybe Karton, they have a united front. Nobody can, the sand mining cannot be done there. But I know, I'm from a coastal area, Gunjur, for example. Even our mothers, where they used to go and do their gardening, it's like, yes, what there is, all is being mined, and it's a problem because it's dangerous for the young people, especially younger ones, because sometimes you can see crocodiles there and even snakes. So, well, as young people, especially those working in this area in the Gambia, I think let's unite with young people in those areas and see how we can empower them and see how we can even push for projects that can restore those places in addition to workers' effort. Thank you very much.
Okay, DPS, is that a follow-up? Okay, it's not a follow-up. Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very beautiful presentation and intervention by all the panelists and a beautiful moderator, I must say. My question is to the WACA team. I want to know if they are implementing the program in Nigeria and also how they are integrating technology into some of the work that they are doing. Of course, you can't think of running an independent program, especially when you're thinking about coastal management and all. With the emergence of technologies and more possibilities that they are, these tools have the chances of making us more efficient and also ensuring that we're able to track progress of what we are doing. So how is the team leveraging any of these technologies in the work that they do? Thank you.
Thank you, our Nigerian brother. So we will give the floor to Doctor to provide a response to the question that was asked by Nigeria, and then we have DPS Jalo.
Thank you so much for that question, but I will start with our sister from Guinea. in terms of leveraging on experience. That is why the WACA project, the first component is regional integration. So regional integration here, we want to leverage on the expertise and the experience within the region so that we can support each other, to build our coastal resilience. So Gambia is open, and we have a regional hub in support unit in Dakar. So we are open to discuss how to host a regional, whether a regional conference where we'll bring all the different countries together and we can discuss about our shared coastline issues. That is one thing. To answer to our brother in terms of leveraging on technology, the involvement of Nigeria. Nigeria is our big brother, and I think the discussion is ongoing. I don't know, but is at a very high level, World Bank level, and at regional level. So I can't say anything about that, but as a region, we'll be happy to have Nigeria within the midst. Okay, so phase 2, 3 countries benefited, that is Guinea-Bissau, Ghana, and Gambia. So WACA Plus is coming on board. We're not sure whether WACA phase 3, will come. In terms of technology, yes, the experience we have in the Gambia, we're really utilizing technology to address some of our issues. Number one, part of our project, we procured some automatic rain gauges as well as water level recorders that were installed along the Koto stream so that we can have real-time data in terms of the discharge of water, the hydraulics, and all that. That will help us in the feasibility as well as the design of the stream. But not only that, we are also doing an assessment of our early warning system. So part of the project, we are going to fund and operationalize early warning system. So we're going to purchase some equipments, obviously, so that we can operationalize that center. But not only that, we are working on coastal monitoring, the coastal observatory. I'm not a coastal expert, but I know they're utilizing technology to ensure that they monitor the coastline and some of the indicators that are already been set. We are also working with the Ministry of Lands, the WACA Gambia. We are planning to do a coast cadastral mapping, so that we ensure that we do that cadastral mapping to control the land use within that particular area. And also we're working with the Department of Physical Planning. We help them to procure drones so that they can have real-time monitoring of the area to avoid further encroachment. So this is leveraging on technology and ensure that we are at par with what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. DPS Jallo.
Yes. Thank you very much again for giving me the opportunity to share. I think it's been very interesting. For someone who considers himself a technician, I've also learned a lot. In terms of climate change, for example, an aspect of climate change, carbon trading. At the West African level, we have a West Africa Carbon Trading Alliance, including Gambia, Senegal, Francophone and Anglophone countries. And this has been almost existing for more than 3-4 years, and it's been working well. So why can't we establish a West Africa Coastal Youth Alliance? And that would solve the question for my sister from Guinea, Nobata, and also from other people here. Because one thing is, you cannot sell something where there is no demand. But I think from the discussion here, it's very obvious that if this is a product, the demand is very high. So we need to now provide that supply. And I think that it's very commendable seeing that all these youths are engaged. It gives us hope that when we are not there are strong people with the right minds and right focus who can carry things forward. And just to leave you again with one saying, a wise man said that nature doesn't necessarily need to be managed. It's human beings who need to be managed. And a lot of times we create our own problems. We've seen with climate change, we are among the common but differentiated responsibilities, which people keep forgetting in the negotiation rooms. But we didn't cause it. But we are the one bearing the brunt of effects. So I think one thing that could come out of this is to have an initiative that is for youth. We've given many examples from Senegal to Gambia about youth groups that are engaged in coastal resilience building. So I think that this is an opportunity for us to now pick up. Those who are not having support, now they can benefit from others who have gone further, and then we can share best practices, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and then capacity. Understanding coastal dynamics is not easy. So I think this is also somewhere that we can leverage on countries that are further ahead in the development pathway and provide support. So I just wanted to say that such initiatives have worked. The language barrier sometimes is not necessarily a barrier. My colleague from Mauritania, they are a francophone country, but I think one of his interventions was the most sound I've heard here. So, sir, thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, DPS Jallo. Thank you so much to our audience for such insightful contribution, but also to our speakers as well. Thank you, Malang. I can see you for joining us. Thank you so much, everyone. I mean, the message here from this event is clear. We need more partnerships. We need more funding. We need to invest in nature-based solution. We need to invest in community resilience and livelihoods. We need to ensure that there is more conversations among young people. And thank you, DPS, for your proposal on the creation of West African Coastal Youth Alliance. So that will really help in solving most of the problems that we're having in terms of knowledge transfer and exchange, but also how young people could work more or better in terms of protecting our coastline. And thank you, Nigeria, for bringing in the point of technological transfer, and obviously our good brother from Mauritania for those really, really insightful intervention on the power of young people coming together, demanding for change, demanding for accountability, and demanding for action. And on that note, we would like to thank all of you for joining us today, because as DPS said, nature doesn't need help. It is we human beings that actually need help. So let us protect our nature, let us preserve our nature, but also let us be responsible in how we interact with nature, in how we actually impact our environment, because it is at the end of the day us West African Sahel countries that are going to inherit most of the damages or most of the impacts that comes with the climate-related disasters. So please join us for a group photo before you all leave. And then also we have some goodies for you from WACA, including really nice pens and also a very nice brochure about the impact of the WACA project. So please take them before you leave, but take the pens. You will need the pens. Thank you. Please let's come and have a group photo. Ablai, can we please take a group photo? Oh, thank you. We have the camera crew. Thanks for also being a part of us throughout the event. We could see you taking really nice shots, and we hope we can be able to have access to these photos from you. So thank you. Let's please have a group photo. Dr. DPS, please join us for the group photo. Okay, we want to have the panelists, before you leave, please. Have a goodie bag.
off. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to take this off. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pato Kilisite, and I am with the Botswana Party and with Sustain 267, coming all the way from Botswana. And welcome to the session titled From Commitments to Implementation, Financing and Technology Transfers for Africa's Just Energy Transition. And the session is hosted by Climate Action Network Africa in collaboration with the governments of Botswana, Somalia, and Ghana. And it's co-organized by We the World Botswana, Africa Just Transitions Network, Sustain 267, and Climate Action Network International. So we're perfectly on time. Today, as the title says, we're looking at just transition. How do we activate it? But also from different perspectives. So on our panel, we have government, we have civil society, we have academia, we have organizers to make sure that we are truly achieving a just energy transition. To kick us off, I would like to invite our host, Wafa from Can Africa, to give us some opening remarks. Give her a round of applause. She's our host, guys.
Hello, everyone. Wafa here from Can Africa, Climate Action Network, the largest network of civil society organizations around more than 2,000 organizations. And I'll be just giving you some comments, probably just to start the conversation and to set the stage. So, yeah, I would love also to thank you for making time for this important panel, because it's very important for us as Africans to discuss the just energy transition. And for that, I would love to mention some global commitments that happened lately, starting with the COP28, call to triple renewable energy capacity and also to double energy efficiency improvement by 2030. Not to forget the latest African regional conference that happened in Ethiopia, the Africa Climate Summit, where we were demanding as Africans to receive at least 20% of global renewable energy finance, of course not as charity, but in the form of climate finance. So, looking at this, we are still very ambitious, to be honest with you, but the implementation gap is widening. Finance is still fragmented, technology remains inaccessible, and political commitments have not translated into real delivery on on the ground. Communities, when we're talking about the women, the youth, the workers, the people with disabilities, the most challenged communities that are facing the consequences of climate change on a daily basis are not really included in the just energy transition. And this is what we are fighting for here. So today's session is about understanding why, and more importantly, how Africa can move from promises to progress. To help unpack these issues, we are honored to have with us a panel of experts and practitioners from across the continent, all deeply engaged in shaping Africa's energy transition. And with that, I'll give the floor to my friend and colleague, Patu, to take us through this wonderful panel, and thank you.
Thank you, Wafa. So with that background, I'm now going to call our panelists. Now, guys, here's the thing. I need you to work with me when I call the panelists. If you're following the negotiations, you know that anyone who's invested in them from developing countries is going through a lot. They need energy, they need encouragement. So when I call their names, please give them something. Give them energy, yeah? Awesome. So my first speaker that I'm going to call up, a representative of the Ministry of State Climate and Sustainability from Ghana, Michael Yamson. Thank you. What? And then calling to the stage, the principal at Lex Navitas, Dr. Ted Moya. All right. And then calling next to the stage from the Just Transition Advisor at PowerShift Africa, Kuda Manjonjo. And then from South Africa with quite a bit of experience on the practicalities of just transition and doing quite a bit on community engagement from the Presidential Climate Commission Office in South Africa, Blessing Manale. Now, this is a big one, okay? With the continent, one of the leaders at the Continental Just Transition Network. She is a lady, she is leading from the continent, Marina. You guys are an awesome audience. I was looking forward to the panel, but I'm definitely looking forward to having the conversation with you two as the audience. Ah, look at that. Yeah. You rock. So just for a bit of background on the conversation we're about to have, we are looking at building on COP28's global stocktake, which called for tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030. Today's discussion will examine how these global goals can deliver concrete results for African countries. We're also going to be looking at, we are at COP, it's not an easy negotiation in those very cold rooms. What do we need from the different perspectives for it to be successful? What's the call to action for you? Where do you need to be applying pressure to make sure that we are getting what we need as developing countries? Let me check, does everyone have a microphone? Awesome, okay. Okay, great. So just a quick brief for the panelists. We're trying to make this a conversation. Please do keep your interventions short again so we can have a bit more of a flowing conversation, share thoughts, share ideas. Opening thoughts, we keep talking about the just energy transition. Some people are hopeful, some are despondent, but on your opening thoughts, what's your thoughts on Africa securing a just energy transition and how it's on the state of Africa securing a just energy transition at present? I'll start on my far left, Dr. Ted.
Hello everybody. So my name is Ted. I represent both academia and practice. And in academia and practice, I am in law, tech, and finance. And I'd just like to say three things very quickly. Number one, we need a common understanding. I've come to COP and I've looked at some of the online posts, and the winner is ChatGPT. Everyone sounds the same, but what do these words actually mean? When we talk about the just energy transition, leaving no one behind, climate finance, these things sound grand, but what actually do they mean? So the first thing is to get a grounding and an understanding of what the just energy transition is. But secondly, we need to move from aspiration into action. Many things at the global scale are aspirational. Sustainable Development Goal 7 is a goal. Nationally determined contributions are goals. Climate finance are pledges. We need to move beyond pledges and move into action. And so one of the things that we need to do, and part of the things we're talking about here is technology, is to make smarter policies, but to also make some of our actions less dumb. A lot of the things we say are almost meaningless. So that's the first thing, gaining a proper understanding. And for me, I think we should not center the people who are giving the money on it, because many grants center the giver and not the grantee. That's the first thing. So focus on what the just energy transition is, and we can talk about that later. The second thing is to move from rhetoric to action. We need to see real action, money put in place. The third thing that I think we really must do is ask ourselves, when we talk about transitioning, what are we transitioning from and what are we going to, and what is the standard? And thinking from a legal perspective, we need to move from aspiration to an irreducible minimum standard of energy access. So if we say 650 million people don't have access to electricity, and next year we say it's 400 million, what do these 250 million people have? And go around Africa and I see someone with a light bulb and a charging station, and that counts as energy access. I think that's absolutely unacceptable. So one of the things that we need to do is to move beyond goals and move into actionable. So whether it's a human rights approach, but we need specific things to measure. And I'll stop there and let other people speak, and the next round I can elaborate more.
Thanks, Ted. So aspiration to action, goals and pledges are not enough. We need to move further. But it does sound like optimistic that it can happen. We just need new actions. Hold on. Mr. Yamson, what are your thoughts on the state of a just energy transition in Africa at present as a policymaker?
I would say that the underpinning for all this comes down to whether the energy is affordable or not. At the end of the day, the solutions that currently exist are affordable or have been made affordable in some economies. And that is why they have access to energy for industry, for livelihood, for entertainment, you name it. You come to our part of the world, and energy is quite simply not affordable. We have not found the mechanisms, the partnerships, the relationships to allow the kind of investment that makes energy available to everyone at a price that they can afford. Our governments are broke, so they cannot even afford to subsidize energy. In many economies, I think in the UK, they've provided 3 times the energy that is needed. So they have a double redundancy, and they can afford it. We can't even afford to provide enough to meet 100% of our requirements. So there's a practical element. I hear often about we need grants to make the transition work. My view is a little bit different. I think we need to think about a conversion of grants into commerce. We need to find ways that allow investments to come into our countries, not necessarily in the form of writing off taxes and literally denying the exchequer of any returns, because the investor at the end of the day is going to make a profit. It's not going to be free. But we do need to think a little bit differently about how to attract the right kind of investments. If I take my own country, hydro has for many years been the backbone of our energy supply. And there's quite honestly nothing truly wrong with building energy supply for the whole country on hydro. But the question is that we haven't gone beyond Akosombo Dam and Bui Dam. Bui Dam even came over 60 years after Akosombo Dam. We didn't find a way to dam the smaller rivers. We didn't find a way to protect those smaller rivers so we could do more hydro. So a lot of the responsibility, I think, sits with us, and the missteps and the mistakes that we have made along the way as well that have made it very difficult for the right kind of energy investments to come into our economies. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm starting to see a theme there of Ted said we need to center our needs, not the providers. And you, Michael, said we need to look at our context if we're going to get a just energy transition. Now coming over to you, Marina, you serve the continent. So I'd be really interested in what's your thoughts on the state of achieving a just energy transition as we open the panel.
Thank you.
I was just saying, technology transfer in action. This is what we're trying to see.
Yes. So I think Ted has said even most of the things I wanted to say, and I really have to emphasize what he said. So for us as Africa Just Transition Network, we are working with communities on the front line across Africa. And what we've come to realize, just like Ted said, most people are saying just transition is this, just transition is that. But we are not seeing it in the actions on the ground. And so if you're saying one of the most important things that we all say in just transition is no one is left behind. Now, let's look at our energy systems that we are designing in the continent. And you realize there's a big gap with regards to that. And that is one thing I would say is the biggest problem so far. And it's because we also are not designing the energy systems by ourselves as Africans for ourselves. And it's being designed by others for us. And now when it's designed as well, even within the countries, when we design even our own energy systems, we always leave out the people in the rural communities especially, and the people who are hard to reach, in the hard to reach communities. You go to countries and then we have our grid systems, infrastructure, but we are just focused on the cities and the people in the cities. But the people in the communities are not focused on. And when we are talking about energy transition as Africa, that is what the main difference between us and the global north and other countries is. We do not have access to energy, just like Ted actually mentioned. We have over 600 million people that do not have access to energy. So our energy transition system and design is going to be completely different. But if we are designing it again and we are still forgetting those in the communities and not including them, then we are repeating the same cycle again, even when it comes to whatever we are transitioning to. And I think another issue we are facing, like in Africa now, is transitioning from what to what. And then the whole thing is transition from fossil fuels is like we are being, our leaders are not for it. And so it's very difficult for us to have that discussion. But I think there's a need for us to understand that there's a pathway that is needed. And that is a pathway doesn't mean that we are saying, let's leave now, but it's actually a process for us to get to that point in time. And so that's one thing that I think is happening now. And most communities are feeling like they're still left out. And so we have not yet. And we need to define what is just transition for us, just like Ted said, as Africans. And that's one thing we are trying to also do as a network. Thank you.
Thanks, Marina. So again, equity, design for ourselves. But something that I am curious about that I'm going to put as a challenge to researchers. Guys, how long have we been hearing the number 600 million? When was the last research on that number? Where are we at? Are we progressing? Are we going back? So researchers, maybe that's something to look into. Where are we at on that 600 million? Because I feel like it's at least 10 years old as a number. Kuda, I know you've been following the negotiations quite closely. Your opening remarks, state of just energy transition for Africa.
Yeah, I think it's 700 million now. The population is increasing, but we're actually not increasing our energy for communities. Energy is increasing for industries and not for communities. So I'll say that number is actually increasing. But that said, it's been an honor and a joy it's been an honor and a joy to really be part of CAN International in terms of following negotiations on the Just Transition Work Program. And this is not something that started here. This started in Ethiopia under the Africa Climate Week, where we really started seeing the African voices coming through as to what does a just transition look like for us. And there's some important examples that I'd like to give as to why these processes are so important. When the text initially came out, there was no mention of community-owned systems, SMEs, it was all private sector. And what that meant is, generally speaking, the text did not recognize our African economic design, how our economies are actually designed as part of the just transition. So a big part has been seeing our parties actually saying, no. You might have private sector as a big influence in the UK and the US, but for us, it's about the community. It's also about the SMEs. That was a very important thing. But more important than that has been this push that we've been pushing for. Then, thankfully, G77 and China have taken it up, which is the just transition mechanism. What we're trying to do with this is to set up a global just transition mechanism to support just transition plans globally. This has been such a big and important missing piece in terms of how we're actually advocating on a global level. To give you an important example of why this has been a problem. The JETP plans that we see in South Africa and Senegal, which were very directed to the countries, and I got no issues with that. Makes sense, you're trying to get some form of investment for the just transition. However, coal from Zimbabwe goes to South Africa. Gas from Mozambique goes to South Africa. The JP plan did not recognize those other countries and the energy systems of those countries. And from an African point of view, that's why we're fighting for this mechanism, to say that there are loopholes, there are challenges with the current just transition plans, and we need to redesign how we're doing that. And that cannot be done without a global mechanism that looks at how we can share knowledge, coordinate our priorities and plans, and also lastly ensure that we're all part of it. And I think lastly on this point is to say that Africa is now coming here as a begging bowl. We're actually offering something. That is why you'll see that there was mention of the minerals that are actually important for the energy transition. And Africa is saying, this is part of the transition. And we need to acknowledge that and not to put it in the shadows where it's actually not acknowledged as part of the transition. And I think I'll stop there for now.
And thanks, Kuda, bringing so many important things to the conversation of it's not a baking bowl, it's a trade-off. There's a presentation I watched the one time where someone was unpacking the European Green New Deal, and towards the end they said, and for all of that to be possible, it's dependent on Africa. And it was quite eye-opening. I'm glad you mentioned the Just Energy, the JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnership, because coming up next from an organization that led quite a bit of the work on that in South Africa, Blessing Manale. So they queued you up really well. State of Just Energy Transition in Africa from your perspective?
Oh, well, thanks. Briefly, the PCC in South Africa is an advisory body composed of both government, civil society, labor, business, the academia. So the voices and the advice that comes out of that, and we're calling ourselves advisory, but we've given ourselves a tag that says we lean on implementation. Not because we don't trust government or business, but because if you just speak and not show how it is done, it never gets done. So I think that we've got to also, as Africans, start saying, let's do what we can do and then call on for more investment. I'm probably the oldest in this panel except for Michael. So when you are throwing this 700 million number, I want to throw a 2001 number, which is not 0.1% of global GDP. That was the commitment from the first Financing for Development Conference, what was called the Monterey Consensus. That number we've missed for, I almost said a very bad word, but we've missed for a bloody 25 years, that target. So you have got to ramp up when you are speaking about commitments to finance. But how do we make sure that it happens? And at South Africa, we've been saying that you need mainly two things. What you call unleashing the enablers. Finance, technology, and capacity. Because you cannot do one without the other. But also, and I think you misled me because I thought we were going to speak broadly about the just transition. And you have reduced the discussion to energy. So I'm going to go back to my original brief. For us to be able to drive a holistic transition in Africa, you need to address mobility, energy, food, agriculture and land, the built environment, data, or what you'd call the Internet of Things, as well as issues around the science of carbon capture and storage. Not my favorite subject, I must say. And when you speak of energy in Africa, we're speaking of both access and security. You'd know my grandmother believes in energy efficiency, but for her it means buying a bulb that is 10 times more, so she does not see the cost saving. So she'd rather buy a 10 rand bulb than to go and buy one bulb that's costing 10 times more, because she's not seeing the efficiency. She's seeing the immediate cost of trying to go efficient. So we've got to actually balance that. And before you get me off the platform part, in South Africa we've been doing two things. Firstly, we've done our second climate finance landscape report. We issued the second one about 2-3 weeks ago and showed us that the money is still mainly coming from the public sector, and the money that is coming into climate finance has been rebranded. So what we call just transition washing. You've got greenwashing. So you repaint the same money and make it look like you're making some differences. It is not flexible, it is not innovative, and it is not based on any principles. I'll come back.
Thanks, Blessing. Great intervention. I want us to bring in, also, I like how I asked you a question, and then you're like, I get that's your agenda. I have something to say, and this is what I'm going to enter. This is what I'm going to talk about. And I think that's what we're also seeing in the negotiation rooms. This is what this is what you're offering, but this is what we want. Belém Action Mechanism. It's been a huge thing around the just energy transition. Can I give you 2 seconds to unpack that? Because then we're going to go into science. Then we're going to go into finance for the benefit of maybe those who aren't following as closely. What is it? Why is it important? How can BAM help coordinate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building? And yeah, Kuda, please go ahead.
Thank you for this. And I think I'll just reiterate what we've been saying for the last 1 year of my life. So the Belém Action Mechanism is this idea that came out from last year during the negotiations to basically say that we have this loophole in our system where we're not actually doing action and implementing just transition in a global manner. The idea is simple. We need an institution that is set up wherever we need or want in the world, where we actually coordinate the knowledge sharing, the resource mobilization, and the planning of the just transition. This is so important because what is happening right now, for example, EU will decide that, we like these people compared to these people. They'll pick and choose who they work with. The same is also happening, let's say, with Asia in terms of how they're actually doing their own just transition. The idea also is to ensure that where something is working and where something is not working, we actually have a space to show and then share the ideas and to tell people how it worked and how it's not working. We don't have that. So imagine being a government minister, let's say in Zambia, and in the Ministry of Environment, you're told you need to do just transition in Zambia. You got absolutely no clue to where to start off. You look at ChatGPT, but ChatGPT is telling you Switzerland things, you know? And you're like, but I'm in Zambia. That's the problem. It's a very practical problem, you know? So that's why we're saying we need a house to actually hold this information, this data, and the people, the specialists, to then support the coordination and the just transition mechanisms across the world.
Thank you so much for breaking that down, Kuda. I know a lot of us have been seeing BAM everywhere, and we're like, that's really cute. What is it? Thanks for bringing that to and I think that's a great segue now to talk about finance. I think all our opening contributions so far have alluded to finance and its importance. AGN, that's been our main push at this COP. Africa still receives less than 2% of global renewable energy finance. In moving forward, in looking at action, what kind of finance architecture is needed to scale up renewable energy without worsening debt vulnerabilities? And what reforms must COP30 especially prioritize to unlock accessible, predictable, grant-based finance for Africa's transition? We'll start with you, Ted.
What a big question. I think we'll just start with just. What we are focusing here is what's just. The transition is not simply about replacing one thing with the other. It's not about replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy. It's about having equitable systems. It's about appending historical and just systems, but also forecasting and investing in sustainable systems for the future. So specifically to finance, if you'd like to see how your economies are going to look like, if you'd like to know how your energy system is going to look like, have a look at where the investment is going. If someone invests in coal, you are locked into that coal for the next 20 years. If we're investing in renewables, you'll be locked in those renewables and the attendant problems for the next 20 years. And so even if we're talking about a shift from one thing to the next, there has to be a just element because there's great injustice even in renewables. If you look at big hydro, you move people. If you look at solar panels, some of them have a very short shelf life, and they're extremely expensive if you're looking at pay-as-you-go systems. I think we need multiple sources of finance. If there's anything the COP process has taught us, is that people are happy to pledge and kick the can so far down the road that we will not access that finance. So number one, we need alternative sources. Number one, we have odious debt. We have debt that is historical, that's keeping people down. Two, we have extractive systems where Africa, it's simply, we extract, there's the brain drain, there's the natural resources drain, and so one of the things that we must do is invest on the continent. And for those of you who are biblically inclined, it's even biblical. It says, where your treasure is, there your heart will be also.
Amen. Hallelujah.
So one of the things we need is, as Africa, we need to look at alternative systems. And I'll give you two numbers. We've said 2% of finance goes to Africa. Only 2% goes to adaptation. Only about 0.6% goes to communities. But globally, the African diaspora, or the global diaspora, remits 685 billion as of 2024, which is greater than all of the aid combined globally. So we have the capacity. The diaspora is sending back home to deal with government failure because people are not sending money for development. They're sending money for fees and hospital and funerals. So if we can send money for funerals, we can bandy together globally. So one of the things we must do is expand our constituency. We must expand our constituency as Africans and come together. So one of the sources of funding should be self-financed. And so we have our own goals and pool our resources together. Secondly, we must demand for actionable things, even here, not just pledges. But the third thing also is have other sources of finance. We're talking about technology and technology transfer, but what we need is nurturing technologies on the continent. to move from an extractive system. We have all these resources that need to be harnessed there, and it will have a knock-on effect on other things. I'll stop because I don't want to be the student who says all the points and stops anyone else from answering the question.
Thanks, Ed, but I think very important points coming up. Pick a struggle, whether you go renewable, whether you go coal, but it must be just. And then I saw you doing a little kick there about how remittances that could be developing are having to patch a few failures by our governments, but we know our governments are doing something. So I think that's a great place for government to come in. Again, we know how much of the finance we're receiving. In your opening statement, you did speak to the finance, Michael. With your background, there is quite a bit you've done around finance and renewable energy, but what kind of finance structure, realistically, and from your perspective as government, is needed to scale up renewable energy without worsening debt vulnerabilities? And what reforms, seeing as we are still at COP, 2 days to go still, should we be pushing to ensure that it's accessible for Africa's transition?
Well, thank you. Maybe I'll be the student who changes the question a little slightly. And again, I think we'll keep showing our age. Breathe. Easy. Easy. He got some.